Members, it's time to be in the chamber. Members, come to the chamber. We're about to start.
The House will come to order. Members, our prayer today will begin by Joel Williams. He is a state chaplain of Omega Psi Phi fraternity.
Let us pray. Gracious God, we pause to say thank you for this new day. With it, we have an opportunity to move with your mission, your purpose, and your cause. We pray, dear God, that we pass policies in this room, empowering scholarship that is equitable for all children of Alabama. We pray, gracious God, that we legislate good for all mankind, not just special interest. We pray, merciful Father, where there is division, may this house peacefully persevere for the prosperity of all people. With compassion and care, independent of caucus, gracious God, let this house intentionally uplift this state as we climb for higher heights. We pray this prayer in your awesome name. Dear God, we thank you. Let us all say, amen.
Amen. Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Avery Claire Scott. She is a sixth grader attending W.F. Burns Middle School in the Valley. She is a guest of Representative Debbie Wood.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call roll.
Mr. Speaker, Allman, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracey, Brinyark, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Halsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shed, Shy Reed, Simpson, Smith, Sorrell, Stothagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Woods, Yarborough.
"64 members have answered roll. Quorum is present, and the House is ready to transact business. Before we get started, I'd like to recognize a group in the gallery, the Political Action Group from Central Alabama Electorate, CD Tom Stackhouse, guest of Representatives Smith, Robbins, Betso, Starnes, and Stubbs. Let's give them a big hand for being with us today. Thank you, guys. Leader Stothagen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the floor privileges be granted to Brody Kroll, Kelly Kroll, T. Kroll, and John Kroll of the Big Oak Ranch for the purpose of a special recognition.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, floor privileges are granted. Leader Stothagen, you're further recognized.
First off, I'd like to start off by what an honor it is for you guys to be with us today. Y'all's legacy in Alabama football is nothing to what y'all are doing after football life. The whole state's recognizing it. And for that, we want to reward you with a small token of resolutions. All right, the first one is from Governor Kay Ivey. The second one is from Lieutenant Governor Will Ainsworth. Keep passing them down. The next one's from the House of Representatives. And last but not least, the Senate. Each of the members have signed that. No question asked. Everybody supports you, and it's amazing what you guys do. You know, throughout life, God puts paths in front of us, John, and the path He put in front of you, thank God you followed it, man, because the lives you changed is remarkable. For that, thank you, sir. We've also got a flag that was flown in Big Oak's honor of the Capitol, which is right here. It's got a certificate with it. We got the proof. And at this time, Brody?
Yeah. I find it somewhat symbolic that you decided to hand me the one that the Senate had signed after we got beat 13-1. I figured there was something
Go
wrong with
House.
that. Y'all go ahead and just live it up for a hot second. You know, in all fairness, y'all didn't play Wesley Britt. He didn't get any PT, and I feel like I would have loved our chances a little bit more if he'd have played. But in all seriousness, thank you guys. What a tremendous honor. Man, we honor my mom and my dad that 50 years ago this August decided to move out into a farmhouse and just say, Lord, we're willing. And man, how the Lord has honored that obedience over the course of 50 years and well over 2,000 children from this state that have got to have a chance at a different way of life due to that faithfulness and due to that obedience to follow a calling. And Kelly and I at this point have been back for 12 years, and I can tell you it is the greatest honor of our life. And what we can tell you is, man, what we do, it is not new. It is just our turn, and it is an honor to carry that torch for children that don't have that voice and just needed an opportunity and needed a chance. And to be recognized like this, it's an honor. So we thank you all, and on behalf of all the children that call Big Oak Ranch home today and in the past, we say thank you.
At this time, can you read the resolution, please, sir?
Ms. Clerk, let's read the resolution.
Whereas Big Oak Ranch was founded in 1974 by John Kroll to meet the needs of abused, neglected, and abandoned children by giving them a solid Christian home and a chance to realize and fulfill God's plan for their lives. And whereas in the past 50 years, Big Oak Ranch has been called to meet the needs of more than 2,000 children. They have grown from a single farmhouse that served 5 boys into 7 ministry teams dedicated to continually improving the standard of care for children who need a chance. And they have advanced the mission of loving long-term Christian homes nationwide. And whereas the children who call Big Oak Ranch home come from various backgrounds and unique circumstances, while the children are all different, they all have heartbreak and difficulty in common. Most have never known the stability of a true home, and most were never given unconditional love. The lives of these children were too often filled with fear, pain, and understanding and uncertainty. And whereas 4 promises are made to every child who comes to Big Oak Ranch. We love you. We will never lie to you. We will stick with you until you are grown. There are boundaries. In these 4 promises, each child finds love and emotional support. They find truth and honesty. They find security. And they find discipline. And overwhelmingly, they find hope and the chance to discover God's true purpose for their lives. And whereas when children arrive at the ranch, they are assigned to full-time house parents and move into a home with their own bedroom. They receive food, clothing, health care, dental care, and attend a private Christian school in Rainbow City. And whereas 50 years after John Croyle founded Big Oak Ranch, it is run now by Brody Croyle, John's son, and his wife Kelly. It operates completely debt-free without taking funds from any government entity. And whereas the ranch operates a cattle program, Big Oak Cattle that stocks the ranch with over 15,000 pounds of red meat every year and runs Ascend, a program to prepare young adults who grew up at Big Oak Ranch for the real world. And whereas Big Oak Ranch now has 13 homes for boys and 11 homes for girls, and last year served children in 10 different states. Among the children served over the past 5 years, over 100 have professed their faith in Christ. Furthermore, in the 2021-2022 school year, 99 children finished on the AB honor roll, and 13 young adults received college or trade education. And whereas every day for 50 years, Big Oak Ranch has worked diligently to meet the needs of many voiceless children as it continues to grow and expand its services in a community committed to God's design. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the Legislature of Alabama that Big Oak Ranch is recognized and commended for 50 years of dedicated and continued service to the state of Alabama, and specifically to children in need of love, security, safety, and hope. This resolution is offered in highest tribute, along with sincere best wishes for continued blessings and success in all future endeavors.
Congratulations on 50 years, and here's a 50 more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Let me say, before they leave, we was talking earlier in my office before they come out here, over 2,000 children that went through Big Oak Boys Ranch. And John, you and Brody know that y'all have been a blessing to our state, and I wish more and more people would fill that void. We have over 5,000 kids that needs home today in our state. And because of the work that you're doing, a large number of them has found homes. So thank you, and God bless you. Chairman Lovin, you're recognized for a special recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that floor privileges be granted to Lindsey Gray, Tom Updike, Kaylee Stretch, Roxanne Woodbury for the purpose of a special recognition.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Floor privilege are granted. Chairman Lovin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are guests here representing the SLC, and might allow them to make a few brief remarks.
You are recognized. Lindsay?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, representatives. I see many familiar faces in here that come to the Southern Legislative Conference every year. We are at the Greenbrier for the Southern Legislative Conference this year, and we will be hosting Alabama Night on the 23rd of July because Alabama is the next host state for the Southern Legislative Conference. So we're so excited to be coming here in 2025, my home state. So we're going to set the stage at the Greenbrier for some great policy topics during the day and an awesome incoming host state night on the 23rd. So please mark your calendars. And we filled up very, very quickly. And the list from Alabama is very long. So we're really excited. In addition to that, if we can ever do any policy analysis or research for you all, you know we are a nonpartisan organization here to help you 365 days a year. We also have master classes in the fall. So please do not hesitate to reach out to myself, our team that's here, or anyone that's back in our office. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Lindsay. Let's give them a big hand. They do a lot of work for our 15 southern states and do a great job with policy. I know some of the things that we've done on bills we've passed, we've actually used SLC and for doing that. So, do we have a resolution, Joe? Ms. Clerk, you read the resolution, please?
Whereas the Council of State Governments Southern Office is a nonprofit, nonpartisan member organization that serves the southern legislatures of Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, North Carolina, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia, and West Virginia. And whereas, with regionally based leadership and perspective and national level resources, CSG South provides Southern legislators and government staff with a wide variety of programs and services that facilitate regional cooperation and encourage the exchange of information. Whereas CSG South is governed by an executive committee made up of legislative leadership, and policy topics are overseen by 6 standing policy committees, which consist of legislators and government staff from the member states. And whereas the mission of the organization is to serve as a community of the states committed to connecting, informing, inspiring, and empowering public servants in all 3 branches of state government to put the best ideas and solutions into practice. And whereas, in pursuit of this mission, CSG South has convened the Southern Legislative Conference for the past 77 years, beginning with its inception in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and moving into decades of fellowship and cooperation between the Southern states. And whereas the 78th Southern Legislative Conference will convene in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia, from July 21st through 25th, 2024, and whereas more than 1,500 Southern legislators, government staff, and their families will gather to discuss policy matters specifically affecting Southern states to bridge commonalities and discuss solutions for current policy trends, challenges, and opportunities. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the Legislature of Alabama that the Council of State Government Southern Office is highly commended for holding the annual Southern Legislative Conference and welcoming all Southern legislative executives and judicial officials to attend.
Lindsay, thank y'all for being with us today. Look forward to working with you over the next couple of years and bringing SLC to Alabama. Representative Clark, you're recognized for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I could have everyone's attention, I'd like to inform the body that our colleague, Representative Barry Ford of Eufaula, lost his daughter, Mental Ford, after a lengthy illness. She passed on Sunday overnight. The funeral will be Saturday at 11 o'clock at Rocky Mount Baptist Church in Eufaula. If you all would please stand and let's have a moment of silent prayer for Representative Ford and his family. Amen, and thank you.
Sure, thanks, lady. Representative Travis, you're recognized for special recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that flow privilege be granted to Barrington Dames, Sean Blanch, Malachi Reddick, Jerome Gray, E.C. Rant, Douglas Bonner, Rodner Ziegler, and Darrell Sinkfield for the purpose of a special recognition.
Any objections? Hear no objections, floor privilege is granted. Representative Travis, you're further recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let us a proud moment for me to be able to recognize comments. This is my fraternity. I'm a proud member. As past Sunday, April 21st was 45 years of membership in this wonderful fraternity. Brother Dames.
You're recognized.
Good afternoon. I bring you greetings on behalf of the 42nd Grand Bosses of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, Brother Ricky L. Lawrence Lewis, and on the 25th, District Representative Christopher A. Brooks. As stated, I am Barrington Dames, and I have the pleasure of serving as the state representative for the Alabama statewide organization of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. And it is not lost upon us that we are now here assembled in the House of Representatives, as we are representing the countless chapters in our fraternity. However, as such, I now ask one thing of all who are assembled today. Make sure as a representative that we all do some good, and make sure that we leave here with the understanding that if our presence makes no impact, then our absence will make no difference. Meaning, if what you do here today is not on behalf of someone else, not on your own self-interest or for your own self-aggrandizement, but it's for someone else who cannot do for themselves, you have done a disservice here today, for you represent those who could not be here as we do so, and we ask of you as our representatives to represent us well for our future. And those who are in attendance and those who cannot come, but more especially history, is watching and taking note. Thank you so very much, and may God bless you in your endeavors today. And may everything you may do may fall upon you in a spirit of helping those who cannot help themselves. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Thank you for being with us today. Travis.
May the clerk read the resolution, please.
Ms. Clerk, you read the resolution.
Whereas we are pleased to recognize April 23rd, 2024 as Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated Day in the state of Alabama. And whereas a nonprofit social and service-based organization, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, was founded on November 17th, 1911 on the campus of Howard University in Washington, D.C. There are now more than 700 chapters located in the United States and around the world. Whereas Mr. Darrell Sinkfield of Montgomery, Alabama, serves as the Omega Day chairman, Mr. Kerry Hale of Huntsville, Alabama, serves as the 18th State of Alabama representative of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, Mr. Christopher A. Brooks of Birmingham, Alabama, serves as the 25th 7th District Representative of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. And whereas Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated has continuously played a progressive, cooperative, and constructive role in the civic and political life of our communities, the nation, and worldwide for more than 100 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that we take great pleasure in recognizing April 23rd, 2024 as Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated Day in Alabama.
Thank you. You have honored us with your presence today, and thank you for being with us. I'd like to recognize former Representative Patricia Todd is in the gallery today. It's been brought to my attention by Pro Tem Pringle. Patricia, thank you for being with us today. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee. Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
Clerk, see the report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 23rd legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 23rd legislative day be dispensed with.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, read the journal dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle, for the purpose of making announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the Low Income Housing Commission of Alabama Advocacy Day is today until 2 p.m. in room 325. Tomorrow morning, the annual legislative breakfast hosted by Senator Williams and Senator Sessions will be from 7. The Alabama Alzheimer's Association Advocacy Day is tomorrow, the 24th, on the 6th floor lobby. The Alabama Beer Association reception will be held tomorrow, the 24th, from 5 p.m. at Union Station. The beer reception is tomorrow night at Union Station. The Alabama Home Builders Real Estate, Banking and Industries Legislative Breakfast will be Thursday from 7:30 to 9:30 on the Capitol grounds. The weekly ALCAP prayer breakfast will be held Thursday from 7 to 8 at the RSA Plaza. Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn today, we'll leave the journal open for the clerk to complete his business and reconvene on Thursday, April the 25th at 9 a.m.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have made. Motion prevails. The clerk will now receive reports from standing committees. Receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Garrett, for a timely resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask suspension of the rules for introductory of a time-sensitive House joint resolution.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This resolution, you've heard us talk about potentially changing the way we fund education in the state. This resolution that we will pass, and also have the Senate pass a similar resolution, joint resolution, would be that we would in the off-season study this and make a report back to the legislature and the governor prior to the beginning of next session.
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
I believe you have copies of the proposed resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know we've talked a bit about changing the way we do our funding and calculations and but I guess at the end of the day, the committee that you got to be studying this, who's a part of that committee?
So we're looking for the education budget committees to do some in-depth research into both of
Okay, so it's the committee you got already in place that would do it.
Right.
I would hope that the purpose of all of this is that we could better fund all of our system, even those systems that are in counties that really don't have a tax base to do the funding, and they get most of what they have from the state. And if we're going to do something to change the formula or anything, is to give us a better quality and quantity as far as funding education, that all our counties would have the same. And to give you an example, once we are passed the bill where we do K4 and K5, but all our counties can't afford K4 and K5. And I think we did another bill that talked about a child not being prepared for first grade. We will put them back to K5, but if your county don't have that. So I'm hoping in this study that we take into consideration all the things that we have put in place to better fund education. When we talk about a child not being able to read on grade level by 3rd grade, that we look at making sure at the earlier years a child is in school, and especially with K4 and K5, that maybe we could make those mandatory. And if we made them mandatory, we stand a greater chance and make sure that every system that we have has to have the proper funding to provide all the needs we have, as where you could get some input from the public, as well as if your committee can take the opportunity to actually talk to our teachers. Talk to our teachers on their needs that we're not meeting. Talk to our principals on their needs that we're not meeting. So when we come out with that formula, we could be better at making sure that we provide the best. Thank you so much.
Thanks much.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ringo, Representative McCampbell. While he's making his way down here, I'd like to recognize Melanie Shaw, the daughter of our own. Big hand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
And I'm glad you gave us a copy of this resolution. I'm trying to make sure I understand. Right now, we are a resource-based funding formula, and kind of tell me what that is.
So right now, there are only 6 states that fund education the way we do, which is a resource-based model. And basically, the state decides how many teachers each district should have per grade. We make decisions about how much transportation money they should spend. So we allocate, we basically come up with state assumptions and state standards, and then we allocate that money based on head count to the systems. Most states have moved to a student needs assessed based funding. And so basically what this would do would be you look at a system, and the systems that have particular areas that contribute to educational issues, high poverty, high special needs populations, high ESL, maybe high gifted, but unusual circumstances, you consider the allocations to those systems based upon the student needs. And then also, there is more discretion within parameters for a system to spend the money they get from the state, how their specific needs are. Because right now we pretty much say you have to have a certain number of teachers per grade in all systems. And some systems may need to have more support staff or less or more or whatnot. So this would give more flexibility to local systems within parameters. But the point is you're allocating funding based on student needs in those districts, as opposed to right now, we're basically just saying we're funding the number of teachers you have, the buses you get, things like that. So 41 states have gone to this student-based assessment or funding model. We're one of 6 that still has the old approach. Tennessee changed a couple of years ago. Mississippi is in the process of changing. Again, this is 30 years that since we've changed it before. So
it is, and I want to kind of understand the need-based model as we look at this need-based model, because I represent small school systems. I represent a lot of small school systems. And right now we struggle to have enough money to pay the bills in these school systems. We don't have very much capital improvement. Our local tax bases are very low because we have a whole lot more trees that we don't pay taxes on than we, have houses or property that we do pay taxes on. So I want to look at how would you see this benefiting
Yeah.
a small school
So-
system like I represent?
So to be clear, this is a very complicated subject. So there's a lot of things to sort through. We want to dig into all that information, but the end goal would be that a system that as you described, would get more support from the state and would have more flexibility to spend the state dollars in the areas where they need to spend it. That would be the ultimate goal. So this is just basically saying that we're going to study that and make a report back to the legislature before next session. But it's a complicated subject.
Okay, and this is a logistics question. So once the study is completed, then will we see the study results before any legislation is?
It will require a lot of discussion and public hearings and a lot of information with the body and others before we get to that point. This is just basically to start down that road to say we want to take a look at it, because I think it's not realistic that we would be ultimately the last state left standing who's not looking at the issues that are in part of the modern education problem.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garrett, can you tell me the states that have, or can you tell me if the states that have found themselves increasing the funding and going through resources, are those states that presently have the lottery?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
So when I look, one of the things it says to provide minimal additional state funding.
So right now what we do is basically take money that we have in the education budget and we pass that out. This is oversimplifying, but pass it out based on the number of heads systems have. We don't take into account what the needs of those heads necessarily are. And we pretty much have some pretty rigid rules from the state standpoint as to how many teachers or how those, we give you in the budget, for example, we line item.
Sure.
Okay, this would allow for more assessment of what those needs are in each system to determine how much they receive to start with. And then once they receive that money, they would have more flexibility to spend it like they need to in that system. Again, this is based upon the student needs in that system.
Are you able to tell me the 6 states that presently are the states?
I can provide that to you. I should know that. I don't have that handy.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's mainly my thoughts were that as these states that have changed their funding or their approach in terms of using the approach that you're desiring to do from this resolution, I'm also interested in knowing what is happening in terms of the funding for those different schools, or how did they increase the funding?
I think
that was done.
most states will show progress. You know, we are well behind in some of the national assessments. Part of the reasons I think we're not properly funding some of the needs that are really specific to some of the systems and districts we have. This will hopefully help that. But again, all we're doing here is basically saying a resolution to give us the ability to study this and report back. And then we'll have a lot to talk about.
Right, we do a lot of studying, you know that, right? But we want to see some positive actions.
Well,
from that.
I think 30 years since we changed our formula. I think it's time we look at it.
And wouldn't that also be one that would come along with I didn't even look to see the makeup of the task force.
There's no task force. This is basically that our budget committees will endeavor to understand, gather information, and then come back. It may very well be that we create a task force at some point. There'll be a lot of input, but our budget committee will come back and say, here's what we found, here's some things we should consider.
And that does not include the Department of Education in your
They will.
discussion?
They'll be involved. They'll be involved.
I would. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Gavan. While she's making her way down here, I'd like to recognize the Etowah County Commission, the guest of Butler, Lipscomb, and Gidley. Let's give them a big hand for being with us today. Thank you, guys.
Wardrobe malfunction. I'm having a wardrobe malfunction right now. Listen, I'm just trying to get the clarity as to what this is. What are you doing?
So we've been hearing a lot since I've been budget chair and since I've been in the legislature about things that we don't consider and don't do when we look at how we fund education.
Mm-hmm.
And that's true because we have a model that hasn't changed in 30 years. Most states are considering specific system needs and student needs when they allocate money. What we want to do is just have a resolution that would indicate support for our Education Budget Committee to explore this issue, to explore the possibility of changing that funding to address those concerns that we have every year and report back before the next session.
And what will be the construct of this committee?
The Education Budget Committee.
And no one else?
To gather the information, it's us. At some point, we're going to bring back information to this body, to all I'm sure the school board association, superintendents, AEA, everybody want to weigh in. We want to gather information to bring back so that we can begin to have discussions that will be most productive.
Let me just say this, and I'm not the chair, and I'm starting to like the chair a little bit. More and more as time goes by. At least we can talk a little bit. Now, I don't want the speaker to get no big head because I just said that about him and gave him a compliment. You must not have heard what I said about you. But what I would hope is that as we appoint these committees, and this is something that I was in a conversation with someone about, first of all, we should just do a feasibility study, number one. I think that right there in itself would help us as it relates to issues and have someone to come in with special skills. And that's leading me into what I was about to say. How many educators is on your committee? Or anyone that has even been a school board member of it?
We will consult with different people to find out.
That wasn't my question.
I don't know the answer.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody on your committee has been in education. And that's why I take issue with some of the bills that when we bring these bills. Who? I know, is Barbara Boyd on your committee?
No.
Well, I'm talking about someone learning in that, really learning in that professional. I think they said Daniels is on there, but we just have one.
Troy Stubbs, Anthony Daniels, Terry Collins is chair of our education.
So young, I didn't know he was barely out of high school because he looked like a little young fella around here. 4 kids. He said he got.
Yeah, Alan Baker.
No, Speaker, everybody in here educated now.
Alan Baker.
I'm sorry, Alan, you always bringing those bills. But I'm just saying that I hope that as we move about that we do consult with people. Now, whether you agree sometimes with her philosophy, Mary Moore is one of the most learned individuals in this room with regards to issues in education. She served on the school board in at that time, the largest city in the state, which was the city of Birmingham. But she has a lot of expertise in that area, and I know Representative Boyd. And the only thing that gives me pause is we create any kind of committee. If we're still creating a committee to fact find that's based upon us, you're not really getting anything more than what you would have always got. I guess it's like that old adage, if you always do what you always done, you always get what you always got. So I'm hoping that it will be a collective. And let me say this, I'm not criticizing anyone that's not in education. Don't tweet me, don't email me, don't message me, don't Instagram me. I don't want to hear it. But I'm not criticizing those because everybody can't be an educator. All I'm saying is that we look to those people who have the finer level of expertise in those areas as we move about, since you're, moving forward with the committee, but it's really just the same committee that is seated.
Well, my approach, my whole business career has always been when you try to solve problems or address issues, you start on the shop floor. You start at the bottom, you build it up. And so to your point, we will involve a lot of people. We're going to be talking to a lot of people, gathering information. Representative Moore and I have talked a lot about just specific needs and systems. And right now we've tried to address that in the budget with us putting line items in. But I think the approach that most states are using is giving more acknowledgement or consideration of those issues when they allocate the money, and then letting systems have more flexibility and actually spend some of that money within parameters. The goal of this that's all it is.
Okay, and lastly, as we move with this committee here, somewhat that is more of an ad hoc committee, I'm assuming, that we would also make sure that we include parents. Every time you all bring a bill here dealing with education and what our children need, no real parental involvement has been made, because y'all got all these philosophies, but you seriously, I'm just being honest with you. And that's why when your committee comes up sometime, I'm just like, I just go blank, because it's just like, it's just a lot. But we should always make sure that parents are involved in it, because I have always said the strongest school systems in any area are systems that have a strong parental involvement between the school and the parent and the child. That makes the most successful school system, even when the cards are down. It's been tried, tested, and proven. So I just wanted to get the clarity on what you're doing, since I knew this was something out of the norm. So if someone asks me about it, have you all spoken yet with the Alabama Education Association about this, or do y'all intend
we've been talking all session about this. I have not talked about this resolution, but we've talked to all these organizations about the need, and everybody I've talked to
I
is supportive of
specifically asked you about one, because see how we get jammed up.
Yeah, for sure.
I brought a bill. I spoke out last week on an issue that one of your colleagues from Jefferson County, and I just got a word that the only reason I criticized the bill, because I asked whether or not he had spoken with other individuals. So when you say other, you've spoken with everybody. I need to be more specific, because what will happen is I'll take you at your word, and then I'll be out somewhere. And I said, well, Garrett said to me that he spoke with you all. And so I got some feedback today. And I said, no, I wasn't coming up here to go after the person. I came up here because of what the person had did and did not go through a process of communication. And so with that note, even with these corporations, y'all don't have to have no lobbyists to reach out to me about why I stand up here. You come and reach out to me. Right. There was a bill last week that raised some eyebrows because I had a problem with the ethics bill. Well, I do have a problem with that. Didn't know who was sponsoring it. Didn't know who was involved. Then I get word that someone was, but they hadn't reached out to me at all this year on anything. So corporations, you reach out to me if you have an issue. So I just wanted to know who all if you've spoken with AEA specifically.
I've been talking since through the budget process, as we looked at line items, about the need to change our formula. I've talked with the AEA, School Board Association, Department of Education.
About the creation of this ad hoc committee specifically. So I'm having to now be specific. That's my question.
I've told them that we were going to study the issue. I didn't take in this resolution, no. But this is not a surprise to anybody. And they are I don't know what you're trying to get at.
No, I'm asking. I'm not trying.
No, we've had conversations.
I'm not trying to get at anything. I'm just trying to get clarity and understanding on the issue.
We've had conversations.
And you all seem to get offended when I do. That's why we're down here.
We've had conversations about the need to address our funding formula with all these groups and others.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I just wanted to know, I specifically had you spoken with them
Yes.
about the creation of this board. It was simply,
No, I'm not.
that was all I was
No,
trying to get
no,
to. No whatever, no underlying issues. I appreciate the opportunity, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman, to come before you. Thank you. You all did an excellent job, as you always do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Thank you for recognition. This won't take long at all, but modernizing K-12 education school funding, right? We're talking about modernizing?
Yes.
Okay, well, I had a bill this session dealing with the simplified seller use tax, okay? And 2017, it was a great idea to create the simplified seller use tax, because at the time we were not collecting sales taxes on, or any tax rather, on online sales. Okay? 2017 to 2024, that fund goes from a few $1,000s to now it's the fastest growing tax in our budget. And one of the things that's happened as a result of this SSUT, which again, it was a great thing when we did it, is all across the state of Alabama, local school boards are losing millions and millions of dollars because as a use tax, it is divided differently. The formula and distribution is different. So meanwhile, inflation goes up, cost goes up, but the amount of money that goes in the education trust fund is going up, but the amount of money that county school boards is static. Costs are increasing, but the money to pay for those local costs is not. So many of your local school boards are kind of dying on the vine here because they're becoming more responsible for transportation, more responsible for local costs associated with athletics and academic programming, such as counselors, school nurses, and so forth. So, and the interesting thing is, if I order online, we'll just say widget A, I get it delivered to my house, right? Mm-hmm. If I go to the store and buy that same widget, it's divided and sent to uses whatever distribution formula locally, which means that a good portion of that dollar goes to education. If I order that online, that half of that dollar, that 8% or whatever, half of that 8% goes to the state of Alabama. Mm-hmm. And then the other half goes to cities and counties, but guess where it doesn't go? Education. Right. So when we talk about modernizing funding, we have to figure out a way to get more money directly to the local school boards on a per pupil basis so they have more freedom of usage so they can take care of specific local needs. And one of the things that the bill would have done, it would have equalized the playing field between your brick and mortar and also your online sellers. And why is that important? Because if we encourage people to stay out of our brick and mortar, we're also encouraging people to not give money to education in your local cities and counties. So it's a very simple proposition. Do you want more money spent locally, so it goes to your county schools and to your city schools, or would you rather that money go benefit somebody that doesn't live here at all? So I'm on my soapbox because it's frustrating, and I get it. It's about, we don't want to raise a tax or not, but we're cutting off our nose to spite our face in this situation because we're going to come ask you for more funding, and the likelihood is the Education Trust Fund is likely going to continue to increase, but that money doesn't translate to local school boards. And I see it all the time. What are you talking about? Education needs more money. We got $9 or $8 billion in our budget. When people tell me that, that means they have absolutely no idea how this works. So I hope in our conversation we can encourage not only just a global look at it, but also a local look at it too, because if I'm not mistaken, there are only 15 counties and cities that share any SSUT with their local school boards. And again, this is not new tax money. I've heard that a million times. SSUT is not new money. It takes away money from your local school boards and your local cities and counties. We're still purchasing the same thing. It's just at a lower tax rate with a different distribution formula. And I'm from Tuscaloosa County, and I'm gonna wrap this up. But I need to make this point. In Tuscaloosa County, we had a local referendum that we attempted to pass on February 14th of all days last year. I think it was last year. Yeah, last year. That thing died 4-1. Okay, 4-1. There isn't an appetite there for tax referendums. But why would there be, and how could we honestly ask our constituents for more taxes if we're not willing to use the money that we're getting to pay for some of the costs that we have in our local municipalities? And just in Tuscaloosa County alone, since the SSUT was created, we have grown almost 20% per year in that SSUT. Every fiscal year, 20%. And I'm pretty sure that we're not alone. So if you're like me, and we're trying to encourage county commissioners to take what they have and make it more effective and make it work locally, then we should either start passing local legislation or a statewide bill or part of this study and say, if we're modernizing the way we do this business, foundation, but also you need to start distributing your SSUT to your local city and county school boards. It's the right thing to do. And if you want to make an honest ask of your constituency about increasing taxes to pay for education, you need to use what you have first and stop pretending that you don't have it. So I hope part of this process would be to analyze what the SSUT does, how that fund is growing, and then also encouraging county commissions and city councils to take that SSUT money and start giving it to education.
Thanks, sir.
Hey,
Very compelling points.
Chair thanks the gentleman. All in favor of the resolution say aye.
Thanks, sir. I appreciate it.
Any opposed? It is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes Representative Pettis for a time-sensitive resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I ask to suspend the rules for a time-sensitive resolution.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are suspended. Clerk, say the resolution.
Resolution from Representative Pettis.
Explain your resolution, please.
This just asks state personnel to do a study on the trooper's salary and see if it's warranted for a pay raise.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Chairman Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, is this body directed with the passage of HJR 21, creating the Oversight Commission on Alabama Opioid Settlement Funds, to develop a statewide plan for the investment and use of these funds? Today, we, the Commission, submit that statewide plan as a report to the legislature, to you. The plan, we feel like, outlines abatement strategies that can be funded either direct allocations from this body, which you will see next week traveling with the budget bills. We dropped that bill today. It is HB 479. That's the actual appropriations. The commission felt like that it was appropriate to come back to this body, both the House and the Senate, to appropriate those funds, and we're going to carry through that process. And those grants can be allocated through, but not limited to, the Mental Health Department, through our Veterans Affairs, or the Department of Health. And Mr. Speaker, if I could, I want to publicly thank our co-chair, Garland Gudger, for his work, and if I could list the members.
You're recognized.
And members, there's Miss Diane did copies for everyone. The copies are right up here on the dais. On our House members, Representative Philip Rigsby. The members in the body would stand if you would. Philip Rigsby, Parker Moore, Francis Hope Jones, and Neil Rafferty. In the Senate, Senator Garland Gudger, Pro Tem Greg Reed, Senator Robert Stewart, and Senator Larry Stutz. Also on the commission, Kim Boswell, Mental Health Commissioner, Cam Ward, Probation and Parole, Dr. Scott Harris, Public Health Officer, Bill Poole, Finance Director, and was seated. Judge Philip C., Dr. Brent Boyette, and Commissioner Kent Davis. These individuals, we have worked throughout the year. We've heard from over 44 agencies and associations that are currently providing prevention, treatment, and recovery services from those suffering from opioid addictions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. A few more people in the gallery would like to recognize Representative Ensor's mother, Marcy is here with us today. Let's give her a big hand. Thank you for being with us. I think she's made the trip from Utah. Am I right about that? Okay, it's good to have you with us today. Also, Russell Johnson, the Pike County Commissioner, and his son, James, they're guests of Representative Perrymore. The House now receives a resolution report from the Committee on Rules. Clerk, see the resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 204 by Representative Pringle honoring Dr. William Patrick Taylor for outstanding contributions to education. House Joint Resolution number 208 by Representative Smith mourning the death and celebrating the life of Warren Lee Helms. Senate Joint Resolution number 52 by Senator Orr commending Barry Dwayne Matson on his retirement. Senate Joint Resolution number 53 by Senator Hovey, celebrating the 140th anniversary of Providence Baptist Church. Senate Joint Resolution number 54 by Senator Allen, congratulating the University of Alabama men's basketball team and head coach Nate Oates for achieving the program's first appearance in the NCAA Division I Men's Basketball Championship Final Four. Senate Joint Resolution number 55 by Senator Allen, mourning the death and celebrating the life of Ray Stephen Devers, Sr.
I move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 202 by Representative Brown urging Congress and the Alabama Congressional Delegation to pass the Save Our Shrimpers Act of 2024 to protect the United States and Alabama's shrimping industry.
I move adoption.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 209 by Representative Oliver, expressing support for the Iranian people's desire for a democratic, secular, and non-nuclear Republic of Iran, and condemning the violations of human rights and state-sponsored terrorism by the Iranian government.
Move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 50 by Senator Albritton, creating the State Employee and Education Employee Health Insurance Joint Interim Study Commission.
Move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 51 by Senator Beasley, continuing in existence the Alabama Opioid Overdose and Addiction Council, established by Executive Order number 708 by Governor Kay Ivey.
Move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 56 by Senator Bell, naming a portion of Alabama State Highway Route 77 in Talladega County the Harmon Robinson Memorial Mile.
Move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call the first uncontested local bill on the regular calendar.
On page 73 of the calendar, House Bill number 433 by Representative McClammy relating to Montgomery County.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 57 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 433. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 25 ayes, 0 nays. HB 433 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 71 of the calendar, House Bill number 447 with substitute by Representative McCampbell relating to Marengo County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 59 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question for the body is adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 13 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 447. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record votes. 10 ayes, 0 nays. HB 447 has passed as sub. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, House Bill number 449 by Representative Warren relating to the town of Shorter.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lovern, from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've talked with the sponsor, and she would like to indefinitely postpone this bill.
Okay, all those in favor indefinitely postpone and say aye. Any opposed? It is postponed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 72 of the calendar, House Bill number 454 by Representative Robertson relating to Cleburne County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 51 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. The question for the body is final passage of HB 454. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 11 ayes, 0 nays. HB bill.
On page 72 of the calendar, House Bill number 455 by Representative Baker relating to Escambia County.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 54 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 455. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 15 ayes, 0 nays. HB 455 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 73 of the calendar, House Bill number 457 by Representative Shedd relating to Coleman County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 55 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 457. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 15 ayes, 0 nays. HB 457 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 73 of the calendar, House Bill number 462 by Representative Lawrence relating to Wilcox County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 52 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 426. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 11 ayes, 0 nays. HB 426 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 72 of the calendar, House Bill number 19, a constitutional amendment by Representative Kirkland relating to Jackson County.
This is a constitutional amendment requiring 63 votes. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 66 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. The question for the body now is passage of HB 19. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Requires 63 votes. Thank you. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 69 ayes, 0 nays. HB 19 is passed. Now we've got to vote on local application. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 55 ayes, 1. Ms. Moore, you want to come to the mic, please? Representative Kirkland, are you in?
I thought we had kind of agreement when on some of these constitutional amendments, we get a little brief explanation before we vote on them. So
Yeah, that's my fault, Ms. Moore. I'll make sure we do it on the rest of them.
Okay.
Let him
so-
explain that to you, okay?
Okay, then I'll remove it. That's my concern.
Yes, Representative Moore, my apologies. This bill basically allows the mayors in Jackson County who meet the requirements, being full-time or at least half-time employees, to draw state retirement from retirement systems of Alabama based on their eligibility and the rules that they have in-house.
Okay. I just needed to know so I'll take that away.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. Can she just... Ms. Moore, we'll just have to re-vote. Let us re-vote. We're going to clear the machines and vote again, okay? Thank you. Okay, the question for the body now is local application. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 58 ayes, 0 nays. HB 19 has passed. Representative Starnes, come on down. Let's let you explain what you're doing.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 450 is to raise ad valorem for Autauga County 7 mills. We're currently one of the lowest funded school systems in the state of Alabama at 10 mills. And what I want to do is raise it 7 mills. It would be a total of 17 mills for Autauga County for education. On a $100,000 house, it would be $70 raised on the ad valorem. So if you have any questions, Mr. Speaker.
The question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 68 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 450. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. It does require 63 votes. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 66 ayes. 66 ayes, 0 nays. The bill has passed. Okay, the question for the body now is local application. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 59 ayes, 0 nays. HB 450 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 73 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 141, a constitutional amendment by Senator Bell relating to St. Clair County.
Chairman Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a constitutional amendment, the purpose of which is to allow a couple of things. It allows the school board for Pell City, which is a system within our county, to be appointed by the city council. At this point, it's elected. However, over 50% of the attendance zone is outside the city. Consequently, only those who are within the city get to vote for the school board. So more than half the people don't have a vote or a representation. So this allows the school board to be appointed by the council, and at least 2 of those board members must come from outside of the city limits, but within the county or the attendance zone. Also, at the same time, because of the way it's set up, those people who are within the county, but also within the attendance zone, do not have any choice in who their superintendent is. This is going to give them one, but they do vote for the St. Clair County superintendent. So here's what we're doing: is we're putting those people that deal with the Pell City school system be accountable to their school board, and those that are within the county be accountable to the county school board. For that, I would ask the BR.
Question for the body is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Yeah, okay. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 67 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 141. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 66 ayes, 0 nays. It took a while to get there for you. I don't know what that was about. So these people must have bills going through your committee. That's what it is, yeah.
They better hope not.
The question for the body is local adoption of the local application. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 58 ayes, 0 nays. HB 141 has been adopted. Chairman Hill, I understand you have a point of personal privilege.
I do. Ladies and gentlemen, for years, we have had what we call a light blue day, a light blue caucus, and I would like for us to do that next Tuesday. So, if you have a light blue jacket, stand up for a moment. That'll work. That's light bluish. That'll work. My seersucker will work. If you want to wear a light blue jacket and be with us, and sort of it's sort of a humorous, funny, non-serious thing to do, I would ask you to join us in that day. Okay? Next Tuesday. That's 1 week from today. Today's Tuesday, so next Tuesday would be 1 week from today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 217 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Chairman Lovern, you're recognized.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call first bill on the special order calendar.
On page 62 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 231 by Senator Orr, relating to labor organizations.
Leader Stadhagen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 231 gives the employees the opportunity to vote on a private ballot. It does not affect industries right now that are currently voting the way they are. It's just for future after bill is signed. And for that, I move for the BR.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
You know, you came and you presented to us at the caucus meeting, and I understood that part of the bill allowed for secret ballots in terms of a company or an organization bringing in a union. Am I correct there?
It could be union or it could be just a vote that that company hosts.
Just any vote that that company
Correct.
hosts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what else does the bill do? Because as I read it, I was looking at some other things. For instance, down there in section 1, where we're talking about the qualifications of a company to receive state funds or state grants and things of that nature. What are we doing here with those sections?
So this pertains to any business that receives incentives. It doesn't specify who receives it. If you do receive it, you have to let your employees vote on a private ballot.
Okay, so this is not saying that we will hold the funding back if indeed you decide to become allow union to organize in your company.
So these companies can actually be unionized. It's not kicking the unions out. It's giving that employee the opportunity to vote, if it's a union, on a private ballot. And that is as simple as it gets.
Okay. And, you know, I personally, I like the private ballots because it allows a person to actually stand for what they believe. I believe you advocate for someone, for your position, and then you allow that person to make their own decision about it. So I do like the idea of private ballots. I was trying to make sure that we are not going to be penalizing companies, you know, that will allow a union to try and organize in their facility.
No, sir. Now, the only time there will be a penalty is if they are receiving funds, incentives, and they do not give those employees the right for a private ballot. That is the only time.
Okay, have we had that happen here in our state?
Well, it's not law right now, so no.
But no, I mean, have we, because there are a number of companies that unions have been they've tried to unionize. And I'm trying to see has that occurred in our state, what we are actually addressing here?
So as of right now, we have roughly about 6% that is unionized in our state. and this has nothing to do with those people who are unionized right now. This will not affect them in any way. But yes, it will not affect them anyway. But we do have unions in our state right now.
Okay, but we also have companies that are not unionized.
Correct.
Right? And if they are not opposed to a union coming in and trying to unionize, then there is no prohibition or any problems with that, is there?
Correct. So let's say, I don't want to call out any companies, so let's just say.
Well, let's just say
AJ
company-
Automotives.
Yeah, hey,
I got manufacturing automotives. If you wanted to have the union to come in your automotive company, all you would have to require for your employees is a private ballot. Them employees might say, yes, I think we do need this in our industry, and we will support that. That is 100% okay.
So, but that's basically what this bill is saying.
Yes, sir. And, I got it thinking about when we vote, like in our caucus, think about this. So we voted for our Speaker of the House. We voted for the House Majority Leader, the Speaker Pro Tem. Could you imagine voting out loud where you stood and who you stood behind? Could you imagine the pressure of those votes? And that's just what we do here, right? That's just holding titles. Think about talking about the livelihood of you providing a roof over your kid's head. I mean, how intimidating that could be.
And so I've never been a part of a union, so I can't.
I haven't either. I have not either.
So you couldn't tell me then if that's actually the process that they go through?
As of right now, it's called card check. And
it's called card check.
Card check vote. As of right now in our states, what's taking place. And you own it. And sometimes they come to your house, the employers or the unions, they'll come to your house and they want you vote right in front of them. And if you vote in private, you can still vote for whatever you want to do. It's just private. It's your opinion what's best for you. Pretty good bill, huh?
I don't know because I'm trying to figure out. Well, I guess maybe I'm a little different. I'm one of those folks. I said I'm man enough, to decide what I'm going to do, and if you don't like it, that's your problem and not mine.
That's
true. That's me.
That's right.
Because I'm one of those folks. I'll take you on. I've been too small all my life, so small folks have to learn to fight, and I learned to fight a long time ago.
That's right.
I've lost a lot of them, but I done put some on some folks too.
That's right.
So that's the reason I say I'm a grown man, and I'm not intimidated by anybody, and I don't think, the people are intimidated either, but I may be wrong.
Let me ask you this, and I'm going to go from personal experience. What about a mother working in a factory?
A mother working in a factory?
A single mother working in a factory with a bunch of grown men in that factory. Do you think she'd be a little intimidated?
Now I'm trying to make sure I don't get into the feminine, the feminist issue. If a lady is able to do the job, whatever it is, then I think they are qualified to position themselves where they can stand for themselves. That's the way I see it now. A housewife going into a factory, no. Because she doesn't have that fortitude, I don't think. Now, but see, that's the reason I didn't want to get into this feminine thing, because see, you carried us into an area.
But at the end of the day, it's the employee's right to vote how they truly feel without anyone else having influence on it. What's best for them.
Okay. And I guess I agree with that. I'm just trying to find out and see why we really need it, but okay. I think you've answered it pretty good, and it was only that part, that first part, and the second one that I had highlighted because I was wanting to kind of understand how they operate.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Mooney.
Thank you, sir. Just wanted to share a couple of comments. It's a very important issue to me. In 1953, Alabama became a right-to-work state by statute. Roughly 10 years ago, I carried the right-to-work amendment in this legislature, which we passed, which was voted 70-30 in the amendment vote by the people of our state to say we're a right-to-work state. After that, there was an amendment that was brought that banned unions from creating monopolies and preventing organized labor groups from representing workers in a variety of issues. This is a very important bill that you're carrying for Senator Orr. This bill adds to the security of the ballot process. The secret ballot removes pressure from the unions and so forth in relation to the foundational liberties and principles on which our nation was built. His bill is very strong in creating economic development incentives for our state. Thank you for carrying it.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around what we're doing here. If I'm not mistaken, in 2010, in the special session of 2010, when we dealt with the ethics and we dealt with all of these different things, didn't a bill pass, wasn't a law passed that forced secret ballot voting?
The Alabama right to work, actually it passed that you can do both. You can do the card check or private. It's up to the employer himself.
So when we voted in 2010, we did not vote to go to secret ballot?
No, sir.
Okay, and you're sure about that?
Pretty sure, yes.
Okay, so tell me, what are we voting to do right here?
So this bill just gives them, if there is a vote, in this company, basically no matter what it is, it'll be a right to have a secret ballot. That's it. So Representative Bracy would vote, close it up, throw it in a box. No one would know how you voted, and that's it.
Okay. What brought this about? Why now?
Why now?
Because I know it's always a reaction to something. Why now? Why now today?
You're trying to peel off something else to go somewhere else.
Yeah, so why right now?
Because I think it's important for the citizens of Alabama, employees, to voice their opinion in private, just like when we do elections.
So this wasn't important last year?
It's important this year.
It's important this year. So why this year? So why now is this important right now?
Just come to my attention.
Okay, you've been here how long now?
This is my 6th year.
Your 6th year? So out of the 6 years that you've been here, this is, and I know Senator Orr's been here a lot longer than that.
He has.
So, but why now? And we've already, and I have to look up the 2010 before I come back up here because I thought we went to secret ballots based off of the 2010 special election.
It's not. I've got it right here if you want to see it.
I don't want to trust yours. I'll get somebody on my side to look it up.
Okay. On your side? What's that supposed to mean?
We're on different sides. I don't trust the research. That's all. I don't trust the research. And it was late at night when the bill passed, so I may have forgotten. But I usually don't forget too much, but I will research it before I come back up. So I'm just wondering, what's going on right now that's forcing us to get to this point? We already have a right to work. We already have, you said the option for secret ballots.
Yeah, the employer can decide if it wanted to be card checked or private. This would just basically say that the employee will have a private vote. And I mean, I think that's important for the employee. I think they would, I think they'd like that.
Okay. Do you support the unions?
That's irrelevant to this bill.
No, it's a union bill. I'm asking, like,
It depends on the union.
What's your thoughts on unionization?
Okay, my thoughts on unions, it depends on the union itself. We've had some unions that have been a part of our state for a very long time, and they've worked very well.
Okay. And the reason why I was thinking about it, because I know some companies, if you do a great job and you provide a great work environment and you provide a very safe work environment, and you pay your employees good livable wages, you make sure that they have the benefits that they need, that they have proper 401k or whatever type of retirement, and you're matching their benefits. You know, if you do things right by the employee, a lot of times you don't need, someone to come in with a third-party representation to represent you. You agree?
I agree.
But so often, people don't. Like, so often you have people that are willing to be what I call good corporate citizens. I think people have a responsibility to be good corporate citizens, but we have to realize that something happened for unions to have to come into play in the first place. And it's because of the bad actors. It's because of the people that don't want to be good corporate citizens. It's because of the people that look at greed over making sure that their employees have enough revenue to take home, to take care of their families and do these things and make sure that they are working a 40-hour work week, and then that they're paid adequate overtime or double time for working over that 40-hour work week, or to make sure that they have good health insurance. People don't make sure that people have good health insurance. They don't have matches to the 401ks for their employees. They're looking at their employees like they're numbers instead of looking at their employees like they're people. So often where we have people that work in an industry that is not safe. Industry is not safe. We have to make sure that things are put into place to make sure that workers are just about guaranteed to make it back home to their families after they wake up in the morning and they decide that they're going to go to work for that day, whether it's building ships or building planes or building cars or working at the steel mill or wherever it is that they're working. Every worker deserves the right to make it back home to their families, but sometimes corporations don't quite look at it like that. They look at the bottom line, they look at production, they look at schedule. These are things that we have to meet. We have meetings in the morning before we go out and start our work day for today, because we have a schedule that we have to meet in order to make that demand, in order to get the revenue in that we're looking for. And now the risk and the reward is so far apart. But the risk is always on the backs of the employee. It's on the backs of the worker. And sometimes you need people to step in. Like, I wish it was a perfect world where we didn't have to have unions, where we didn't have to have third-party representation. But the truth of the matter is, it's not. The truth of the matter is, we can look at incidents reports around the state, and we can see situations where workers continue to get put into harmful situations, and they do it based off of the fact that they want their job. They feel like it's a good job. This is what I need to take care of my family, especially in the more rural communities where you don't even have options. You don't have a lot of options where you can just go and work in different areas. You're very limited. And if you're very limited to where you can work, you're not going to buck against the system. You're going to go in and you're going to put your head down and you're going to do what's asked of you. But sometimes they need somebody else to step in and say, you know what, hold up, this is not fair. This is not fair to this person. This person should not continue to be put in harmful situations. And that's why this is needed. It's needed to make sure that people are being compensated for the work that they're doing. And we're talking about bringing in like the National Labor Relations Board. I don't know if you've ever had to deal with folks like that before, but I have. I don't know if you've ever had to deal with like the EEOC and affirmative action and United States Department of Labor. I'm not talking about like the Alabama Department of Labor where we can just change it to the Department of Workforce. I'm talking about a true Department of Labor, United States Department of Labor, someone not from Alabama, someone coming from Mississippi or Atlanta that's coming in, evaluating what we're doing and saying that this is not right. And what you'll end up doing is costing companies. Now, we're talking about taking away economic incentives from companies and making them pay that money back. But do we realize that we could put companies in a situation where they will be fined and it will be published publicly, where they will have to pay money back to the federal government because of violations, because they are violating certain things? It's kind of like we're riding on a slippery slope. Like it's processes in place right now where companies know what they can and cannot do when it comes down to handbills, when it comes down to dealing with the unions. Companies have people in place, employees, they have legal departments that are in place, HR departments that are in place just to handle things like this. And I think we're going down a slippery slope by saying that we're going to dangle this carrot over your head, saying that we're going to take away any opportunity that you have for economic benefits in this state if you do any of these things, as if we're big brother and policing the situation. But I'm going to look at the 2010 bill and I'll be back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Reverend Ingram. Be the fourth person to speak on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I think it's a great bill. I don't know why we hadn't done it before, but I want to commend you for taking efforts and moving it forward. Appreciate it. It's a great bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court vote, 72 ayes, 27 nays. BR has been adopted. Leader Stahagan.
Mr. Speaker, we've got some amendments, but after that, move for the final passage.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Winston, Representative Wadsworth. The chair would like to recognize former member Ed Henry on the floor today. Ed.
Oh my God!
May the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
What this, I've got an amendment, and what this amendment does, it just says that if any incentives are removed from a company, that we just have to have the Department of Revenue to disclose that to the legislature. It's a disclosure bill. It just basically tells that they have to disclose that information and provide a report to Alabama. It doesn't change anything else about the bill other than requiring a disclosure to the Department from the Department of Revenue to the Alabama legislature before the first term.
So it would just report to us.
That's correct. That's all it does.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I consider this a friendly amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 231 by Representative Wadsworth.
There you go, Wadsworth.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. The sponsor considers it a friendly amendment. I've got a few lines. Y'all want to speak on the amendment or the bill? Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
I didn't hear your explanation of
Yeah,
the bill.
what it
Of
is,
the amendment.
what this bill does, it's just a reporting mechanism. If any incentives have been removed from a company, that it just requires the Department of Labor, the Department of Revenue to provide a report to the legislature of whatever companies
Are
they
you
have
saying
removed.
incentive?
Yeah, if any incentives have been removed, they just have to provide a report at the first of each
So
year.
help me understand what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to find out information about if you have a company that has lost incentives, what this does, it just gives them an opportunity that the Department of Revenue has to provide that to the legislature.
Okay, so if a company has lost an incentive,
Yes.
because I thought with this bill, and that's why I want to get on the microphone and talk about the bill, because trying to get some understanding on this bill. But you're saying if a company has lost an incentive,
Yes.
and I'm assuming that was an incentive that may have been based upon the development agreement or contract or something.
If they violated the provisions of the original bill, and then they lose some incentives, then the Department of Revenue has to then turn around and provide that information to the Alabama legislature.
Okay, to know what the incentive was or why they lost.
What they lost, how many employees.
What they lost, and okay, I get it now.
Okay, thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body is adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 94 ayes, 1 nay. The floor amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So make sure I'm clear.
Yes, ma'am.
This bill is about companies that would advocate or state that they are union or pro-union or et cetera. And if they do that after this bill passes, then they would lose their incentives. Is that the way I understand?
No, ma'am.
So when I read this, this mainly focuses, it appears to focus on the company, not the employee that wants to be, not the individuals that's working. It seems from my reading that it is focusing on the company. Recently, we've had statement made about unions forming at Mercedes,
Yes, ma'am.
Hyundai,
Yes, ma'am.
and some type of agreement is supposed to take place by May. It looks like we're trying to get in front of that train.
So with those two examples that you just gave me, all this would mean is if the unions came into Mercedes or Hyundai, then they would have to allow their employees to vote on the private ballot, and that's it.
And I don't know of any place where they vote for a union that it is not a private ballot.
It's a
You
card
tell
check.
me-
Yes, ma'am.
You're telling me that in the state of Alabama, when individuals are voting to form a union, they are not voting in private?
No, ma'am. Nationwide, they're not.
No. I'm talking about Alabama. In Alabama.
They
In
have the
Alabama.
option right now.
No.
They can do
Tell
either
me,
or right now.
give me a company that we have in Alabama today that has voted that has union or that the unions are engaged in that they did not vote on side with the private ballot.
I don't know of one.
We don't have that. We're creating a problem that we don't have. There
Or
is no
prevention.
problem. No. We are creating a problem that does not exist. When it's time to vote, individuals are given ballots if they're voting for, excuse me, you did that the last time and I didn't say anything. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. I don't do that to other individuals when they're talking. And I respect that I would expect that you would not do that to me. Thank you. We don't have that. That is not what happened. So it appears to me we're creating something or we're saying something that exists that does not. That's all I want to know. If it's existing, if this is happening where individuals are voting, that a vote is taking place without a private ballot, I want to know who that is, because I think they already have some things that we would need to address. So I don't know of that. And I can't think of any. And I have not had anyone to say. The ones that I've asked, it says no. Anytime there is a vote within a company, the vote is private.
I do have one.
You have an example? Somebody gave you some information?
They did, yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm listening for it. Listen, when did it happen?
AT&T unionized by card check in 2019
AT&T?
in Alabama, yes, ma'am.
The union in Alabama, AT&T, by card check.
Yes, ma'am.
They did before or after they had the vote?
Before what?
Before or after the vote was taken?
To unionize would be before they unionize, right? You have to vote to unionize.
You give people information. An individual decide to join a particular group.
Correct.
When they when they decide to be a member of a particular group, yes, they may have a card.
Yes, ma'am.
For any other thing, but that's not to form the union. You're saying AT&T had a card check to form a union in Alabama?
Correct.
And where was that? I need to get this information fast. Well, and which area was
My
that?
actually phone's blowing up with
I'm
everybody
sorry?
confirming that. A lot of people are blowing me up saying the same thing.
I don't know about but all I'm asking you is for specific.
It was a card check before they unionized.
And where?
It was a card check vote.
Okay. In
Before
order
they
to vote, they had to present a card. Is that what you're talking about?
Card check is when they hand you a card with your name on it, and they're sitting there watching you vote. That's a card check.
What are they? Now you're telling me to form a union in a particular area. They hand you. I want to make sure I understand this process
They hand
correctly.
you a card with your name on it.
They hand you a card with
and
your
watch you
name
vote.
on it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And then how do you vote? You don't go to a ballot? No ballot
No,
is
ma'am.
given?
There's no private.
So is this a process used by AT&T?
It's a process used by different unions.
Okay, you've quoted AT&T, so I'm trying.
Well, that's what you asked me for a company.
I
and
did.
that was
Okay,
the
so
company that they
where
gave
in
me.
Alabama did that occur?
It just said Alabama. They unionized by card checks in 2019. So for them to be unionized, they voted on a card check, which is
So-
not private ballot.
So all of the work that AT&T does within the state, AT&T is very much a part of this state in terms of
Everything.
our,
Internet.
technology,
TV,
internet, all
yes,
of
ma'am.
that. So we're saying that if this bill passes, then they
won't be affected. This bill does not affect anybody prior
Before
to this bill.
today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all
And
right.
also, say Mercedes, that was brought up earlier. I can't remember.
I did.
Because
Mercedes and Hyundai.
If UAW comes in and they want to unionize Mercedes, all they have to do is vote in private. They can unionize if the employees want to do that.
You're telling me that AT&T did not do a private vote is very interesting to me. I am going to
Well, it's
certainly.
it's interesting to me as well. I didn't know that
Right.
until my phone just started blowing
All
up.
right. So, but I find it interesting that we are at this point. What my point is that we are at this point where we're saying that we have this problem, and the way to make sure there's nothing wrong with making sure that the vote is private. I don't know of any unions that have voting other than a private vote where they're given a ballot and they enter it. Otherwise, it doesn't exist. There was last year, I think there was a company had their own ballot to determine yes or no whether they wanted to do that. So AT&T, did they send you any more information on any other company?
But going back to Mercedes, we've all read the headlines of UAW talk, right? So then we look at what they're doing on a national level and how they're getting votes and how they go through the process. So
Tell me how they're doing it on the national level.
They're doing the card check.
Because
It's
they're
not
doing,
a private vote. They come in and you vote right in front of them, or they'll come to your house and get your vote. It's not in private.
they come to your house.
I've heard, yes, ma'am.
And you know, now I do know people that are members of the UAW.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have never heard that story.
So Volkswagen in Chattanooga, Tennessee, just unionized.
Okay, yes.
Read some of those articles that came out.
But did they, and you're saying they did the same thing? They had a card, they went to somebody's house to
So
make.
when they first started, yes. Well, then Tennessee passed this law, and they actually unionized under this law. The same law that we're passing now. Tennessee actually unionized with this legislation in place in Tennessee.
But you just told me that the Volkswagen was doing a card vote. How did they
voted
unionize
3
under this
times.
law?
3 different times
So
they voted.
of the 3 times, one time
They didn't give
voted.
up, so to speak.
So one time, the last time they voted,
The
they
last time
voted
they won.
using
Yes, ma'am.
the private.
Private votes with this bill, and they unionized.
Okay, all right. So, but then
So it
the other-
doesn't stop unions.
So what?
So my point is, it doesn't stop unions. It just gives the employee the right to vote in
You know,
private.
I love the way you all do this stuff here. Just the fact. So we see the word union. We know what unions do. We know how that have been for families that I know, family members I know. The union was a way to go to the middle class. You know the story of migration of people leaving the South, going to Detroit and other places because of the car industry, working at the car industry and being able to have an adequate life for their families, providing for their families. So unions play a major role. Now you're saying that for me, and as I said, I never heard that somebody had to have a card to join the unions or the union.
The lady's time has expired.
For them to benefit.
Chair recognized gentleman from Washington, Representative Easterbrook.
Just right there.
Will you? If you want another example of a company that did it, that it was done that way, it's ThyssenKrupp, the largest employer in the state of, one of the largest employers in the state of Alabama.
Okay.
They did it with the card check, and the employees knew when they went in to vote, the others that was coming out, it was done outside on tables where they voted yes or no, and they were outside giving them fits, the ones who voted no. No still prevailed, and there's no union there, but it was ugly. It got really ugly. And if you go back and start talking about unions, unions are the best thing that ever happened to this country, to the workforce. It was at a time when there was a lot more labor available than there was jobs to have. Anytime you get supply and demand out of balance, you will have problems one way or the other. We're no longer in that time. People are paying incentives to get people to come to work today. I'm not opposed to unions, and I'm not for them. I like for people to be able to vote, but they should vote in private. So that's all I'll say.
Appreciate it. Thank
Chair
you.
thanks the
I
gentleman.
agree.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I couldn't hear totally what your position was on what my colleague, Representative Bracey, shared about how did you feel about, or your position on unions. I couldn't hear that clearly. Could you just kind of...
Yeah, honestly, my position on unions is irrelevant to the bill. It doesn't matter what my personal feelings are. I think some are good and some could be bad. But as far as the legislation, it doesn't matter. This is for the employee to have their right to vote in private and not have any repercussions if that takes place, like Representative Easterbrook just said.
Well, this is one of those union bills, and I think we need to have a level of caution every time we deal with union bills, because every last one of us represent citizens in Alabama. Even though we have industry and industry owners but the majority of the people that's in your district are citizens, and they are working people. I remember my father talked about, he went in the coal mine in 1941. And in 1941, that was pick and shovel days, and the conditions were bad. He was a union guy because he championed the causes of making sure having better pay, better equipment, better quality of working environment. And so as we continue to make sure we have the balance of how we deal with corporate Alabama as well as the citizens who are the workers in Alabama, to make sure that there's a good balance, because we want to make sure that we encourage employers, but we also want to make sure that we protect the employees in every aspect of what we do. So I do have a friendly amendment.
Okay. Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 231 by Representative Sellers.
Gentlemen, explain your amendment.
Okay. Replace line 60 on page 3 with the following: between the state and an employer, or between a county or municipality and an employer, executed prior to January 1.
Mr. Leader, you've heard the explanation to the amendment. You consider it a friendly amendment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I consider this a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Okay, he has considered it a friendly amendment. Question for the body now is passage of this floor amendment. Do you want to speak on the amendment or the bill? The bill? Okay. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Hey, vote my, yeah.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 97 ayes, 1 nay. The floor amendment has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Representative.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Jones.
Okay, make sure they know.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yale.
Yes, sir.
I want to get an explanation on how this affects incentives, recruitment incentives.
How it affects recruitment incentives? It doesn't affect it at all. Because companies are still going to get their same incentives if they're going to receive them. The only time it will affect it if they don't allow their employees to vote on a private ballot. That's it.
I mean, I think you list here economic development incentives is what we use to recruit most companies to the state of Alabama.
Correct.
And this particular clause that's in your bill, it would have an impact on incentives, because companies who are coming to Alabama may already have what you're saying they shouldn't have. So that means that
they're good.
They're not a candidate for Alabama. That what you're saying?
If they've already in effect, it don't matter. This doesn't affect unions, or is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking, you were basically saying that their incentives can be removed.
If they don't follow the private ballots of the employees.
Which is called a clawback.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. It's clawback, which means it also could cause you to lose industry. If you claw back and they are using that as a part of their operations in terms of financing, then if you claw back, then you change the whole way that they do business.
Well, if you're taking away the privacy of the employees, I mean, that's what we're talking about here. Just that's a private vote.
But that's an employee choice, isn't it?
It is, absolutely.
Okay. So what you're basically saying is no one should have the right to choose. You're predetermining what they should choose.
We're giving the people the option. I mean, if we have a private ballot, which is on this bill, and that's all it's about, is that employee votes private, right? If you choose not to, I guess you could say, hey, I voted for this. That wouldn't matter.
But what you actually do with that, you actually penalize the industry when you claw back.
If they don't follow the law, wouldn't that be for anything, though?
So I asked about
we do
if somebody-
incentives with no repercussions if they don't do well.
If someone moved in and already had that as the way they do business, that would actually mean that this is not the place for them to come. Am I correct in that?
Well, it's for new companies coming. Correct. They would have to follow.
Yeah.
For any other company, they're business as usual. If
So
they're
you
already
don't think
established.
that creates an impediment to recruitment?
I think it helps. I think it helps recruitment.
You think it helps?
I do.
Even though a company that moves in already have their way of doing business?
And I think people who would want to work there would be happy to be a part of something where they're not going to be forced to do something.
Well, you just agree with me that they should have an option. They don't have to work there.
They don't have to work there. That's right.
Yeah. But if there is a job there that gives much better benefits, that pays a lot more, you don't think people here would be interested in that? I'm more concerned about how we recruit and how competitive we are in recruitment. Because that becomes the issue when you do recruitment. I've probably done that all over the world. And one of the things that I know about that, while that might impress some people, it doesn't impress some industries because they tend to think you get what you pay for.
Well, you and I think we had this conversation last year on a piece of legislation I was carrying. So I do understand your passion, and I respect that.
Yeah, I'm just, someone who's actually done a whole lot of recruitment internationally. One of the things that became an impediment to us once is that our ADO office was saying, well, you don't have to worry about any unions with us. And they say, well, that's what we're looking for, unions. That's why we're interested in coming. Because we want someone who gives us the best quality of worker we can have. And who provides the best benefits they can get. That's really the way our company operates. Unfortunately, we lost that industry because they said their position was this: you get for what you pay for. If you don't pay people right, they can't pay a level of taxes to give you good education. They can't pay a level of taxes to give you good public safety. All of that was a part of their spiel to us. So my point is, we need to be real careful that whatever we pass does not cause us a problem with recruitment, especially in major.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah.
I agree.
But that's what my concern.
Yes, sir. I agree.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marshall, Representative Colvin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Leader, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to offer an amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment. Gentlemen, explain your amendment.
Yes, sir. This amendment is to replace line 63 through 64 on page 3 with the following. Collective bargaining unit where an employer, as of the effective date of this act, has entered into a collective bargaining agreement for, and replace lines 71 through 72 on page 3 with the following. Section 2, this act shall be effective immediately.
How's the sponsor view the amendment?
Friendly amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you've heard the amendment, and the sponsor views it friendly. Ms. Hall, you want to speak on the amendment? Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Hey, I had my water. I put it on your desk.
Yeah.
Thank you. Help me to understand. I don't have a copy of your amendment. So
Yes, ma'am.
you're on.
You want a copy of mine real quick?
Sure. Tell me what you're trying to do.
We're just making it upon the governor's signature, the act becomes effective immediately instead of October 1st.
But you added stuff. But you did more than that.
Well, so the section before that the final sentence where it says where it's effective immediately or October 1st, the section before that had grandfathered in employers up until October 1st, and we're just making it consistent with the effective immediately language, saying anybody before the passage of this law is grandfathered into the old rule, and anybody after signage of this law has to abide by this law.
Okay, so this section shall not only apply to employees with a collective bargaining unit where an employer as of 2024
Yes, it was
has
October
entered
1st,
into- has
2024.
entered into, so you said the effective date. This is saying 2024.
It originally-
You're removing 2024.
It originally was October 1st, 2024, final passage, and I just said that whenever the governor signs it, it'll become effective.
And then 71 and 72, this act shall become effective immediately.
Yes, I just had to make those. Had to make those sections consistent because the language October 1st, 2024 was in both sections, so
Right.
I changed it to where it was effective immediately.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
that makes sense.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You need this one.
Oh,
Chair thanks, lady. The question for the body is adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 75 ayes, 21 nays. The floor amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question for the body now is final passage of SB 231. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 72 ayes, 30 nays. SB 231 as amended has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, House Bill number 130 with substitute by Representative Butler relating to education.
Representative Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 130 simply will take existing legislation, extend the prohibitions that now cut off at 5th grade and move them to 12th grade, and it also would require no teacher or other K-12 employee from displaying a flag or other insignia relating to sexual orientation or gender identity. With that, I move for the BR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Etowah, Representative Gidley. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Lands.
Is it on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Good afternoon, colleagues. I will be brief, but I wanted to just say a few words from a couple different perspectives that I bring. First of all, from my background as a mental health professional, and then also from my faith perspective. I have personally worked with LGBTQ plus children and their families, and they have shared stories of the bullying and ostracizing that they have experienced from their peers. In Huntsville, we lost a precious soul, Nigel Shelby, who took his own life in 2019 at the tender age of 15. Nigel's death received a lot of attention, but his was not the only death. I personally know of others. All of you know people that have been personally affected by this kind of cruelty. I want to share just a couple of statistics. The FBI has said that serious incidents against LGBTQ plus people have increased, especially in the 24 states that have passed similar legislation. And hate crimes have quadrupled in those states. All of you in this body know LGBTQ people. And you know that they are people just like you and me. People made in the image of God. I also lean heavily on my faith. And I know that we are perfect in God's eyes, just as we are. God loves us unconditionally and calls us to love others with the same love. God made us as we are, and God doesn't make mistakes. To me, Christianity is very simple. We are called to love our neighbors. That means all our neighbors, not just those who look like us or live in our neighborhoods. And we are called not to judge others. And let's not forget that Jesus was a Jewish man who came to teach us a new way of living. He called out the scribes and the Pharisees in his time. I wondered what he'd think about us today. I ask you to choose love today. Make Alabama proud. I urge my colleagues to vote no on HB 130. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Leader Stat-Hagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you for bringing this bill, but it's very similar to me. I think we went to fifth grade last year, year before last. Sexual orientation, gender identity, those are things that an adult should not be talking to a child unless they're the parent, right?
Absolutely.
I don't know anybody that would argue that point.
I'm kind of funny. I think the math teacher should teach math.
That's
The
right.
English teacher should teach English and leave it at that.
That's right. Well, thank you for taking it to another level.
Thank you for taking the lead on this, for sure.
Absolutely. But
We're just expanding it just a little bit more from what you had.
absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. They're the third person to speak on the BR.
You can now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Absolutely. You know you're my favorite.
The gentleman before you said the math teacher should teach math, the English teacher should teach English. What about the health teacher?
Yes, ma'am.
What about?
Teach health.
Teach health, okay. And so in teaching health, what does that do?
It does not teach sexual orientation or gender identity.
That's right. But it does not. So if you does not mean, and I don't know of a teacher that would be teaching that, but I could see a student asking the question.
And a student still would be able to ask a question. But to give you that, we are anticipating an agreed-upon amendment coming here shortly that will limit this to 8th grade. It was worked out with the State Department of Education. And so anyway, that is coming. We consider a friendly amendment. And the purpose that they actually told me was for the upper health classes that they asked us.
So the amendment that would prevent
Well, it would go K through 8 instead of K through 12.
K through 12,
Yes,
okay. So which it would allow if there's a question. But suppose that child asks a question in the 5th grade or the 4th grade.
They will be able to answer those.
Okay, and as they move forward, they will continue to be able to have a more, based on the curriculum that we have
Yes, ma'am.
in terms of the teaching of sex education, et cetera.
Yes, ma'am. All over this state, we've had a few teachers go rogue, and you'd be appalled at some of the things that are being taught. You'd be appalled at some of the things right now that you're seeing on Chromebooks, and some of these
Hold up, are these the books that belong to the students or belong to the school
to the school system. Yes, ma'am. There are different apps that are on there that are bringing some things out that most of us parents feel are very inappropriate. Feel like it's not. That conversation needs to be held elsewhere with the parents.
And I, you know what? You don't get a disagreement with me on that.
Yes,
My concern is if it's on the Chromebook that the school system has. We recently passed a bill that talked about pornography. So that with the school system having them, they are not able to screen those areas to prevent that. I've been out of the classroom since they brought the computer in, so I don't know that. But do they not have certain restrictions or certain blockage on those Chromebooks?
There are, but I pointed out with a news article that came out here recently talking about the Chromebooks, I talked to one of the superintendents in our county, and he researched it and found out that they were able to to see these different apps. I think it's called Sorna and Epic.
Short of what?
I think it was Sorna and Epic, I believe are the names. But, so he instructed his IT people to go in there and block it after I talked to him. But they weren't aware that it was there. And some of them, the complaint has been they're only accessible between the hours of 8 and 3. So when the student got home, if the parents tried to look, it was very clever that they couldn't see it. But in answer to your question about health class, that is why the State Department of Education asked us to amend the bill to stop at 8th grade.
That makes sense in terms of, but now, if the Chromebooks that you're talking about are able to have this, I certainly think the system has a responsibility to make sure that they don't have access to those areas. I mean, that just...
And as I understand, the state does have a supercomputer that blocks a lot of this, but all systems don't participate in that, is the way it was explained to me.
So wouldn't you want the school systems to make sure that that is not happening?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. And this is bringing a lot of attention to that.
In what way? I mean,
this legislation right here is definitely going to do it. It's going to put it back in the spotlight. The State Department is tasked with the enforcement and setting the rules for this bill.
Right, they are, and they should be. And so it is your belief that from this bill that school systems, the State Department of Education will require that school systems make sure that areas, the apps that you talked about would not be accessible.
Yes, ma'am, because some of the systems, as in Etowah County, one of the systems wasn't even aware that they were able to reach that.
Really?
Until I called him. He called me back a few days later, the superintendent did, and told me he had researched it and that they could get into it to a back door, but they were working to block it at that time.
So the other thing you had was display of certain flags. Help me with that, and insignia.
Yes, and that is not preventing the students. That is only the teachers. There has been a problem in several areas where the complaint has been that the teachers have been overzealous in promotion sexual identity and orientation. Sexual orientation.
And the flag, they are presenting the flag or having a flag was attributed to their discussion, or was it just for display?
It was just the display. The pictures I saw, they were pretty much everywhere. You know, the school, the whole purpose, we've gotten away from the academics, and we're to prepare these students for the 21st century jobs that we have that we can't get filled. Let them deal with a lot of this at home with their family and with their clergy. Like I said before, I'm just funny. I spent 10 years on the school board. I was president 2 terms. But when we hired a math teacher...
Are you saying the problems today that school boards are facing are not the same that you had 10 years ago? Or
so much is different today. Mental health, after the students that went through COVID, the mental and the anxiety they're having, the mental... There's just so many problems that they're having are so different now.
I agree.
And I've always been an advocate for children. If you had told me I'd ever been in politics, I would have laughed. But I literally was just a PTSO president when our children started school. I got recruited to do that. Then I got recruited to the school board, and then I got recruited to the legislature.
The only thing is, I would actually, did you listen to the comments that were made earlier by
Representative Lands?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of how we should be concerned about what's happening to students. And you mentioned mental health, and I certainly agree with you that is an area that we don't have enough or give enough attention to. And many times young people that are going through this process in their lives are also bullied and challenged as they try to deal with the issues. So I don't want us to get to the point where we're not able to have somebody to empathize with them and listen to what they have to say and be able to help to direct them to the services that might be available to them.
Absolutely, and this would not prevent that.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby. Representative Mooney be the 4th person to speak on the BR.
Representative Butler, I appreciate the fact that you try to protect our children. We've had a lot of activity and work in the last 2 sessions trying to protect children. I believe in protecting them until they are the age of 18 or they have married, which in our state constitutes something different than a minor. But as long as they're a minor, I believe in protecting them. And I'm
Absolutely.
very thankful that you're spending time trying to do that in this area.
And there is an agenda that they are coming for our children, and just let them be children.
I totally agree, and parents are the ones who need to make the decisions about what's discussed, not
Absolutely.
educators.
I do see this as a parental rights bill.
And I guess it would be fair for me to say that I really don't think that it's very great to move it back to the 8th grade, but I think it's a great bill.
Sometimes the art of compromise, we had to.
It's a great bill.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 77 ayes, 23 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Butler.
Webb, I think we have a friendly amendment coming.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Etowah, Representative Gidley.
Representative Butler, you do yield, sir?
Yeah, absolutely, sir.
Let me just say thank you for bringing this bill. And what we understand is there is an attempt to indoctrinate and to impose things on our children.
Without a doubt.
And it is. And, you know, while many of the arguments talk about freedom for the student, this has nothing to do with that. The student is well able to say what they want to say, do what they want to do. This keeps those people who are in authority positions from imposing something on those children that might be against their parents or whatever.
Yeah, that person of trust and position and
Exactly.
authority prevents them from that to focus on what their main objective is.
Absolutely. So this is a very needed bill that we shouldn't be having to do these things, but the situations have required it. So thank you for bringing the bill. I think it's very good. It's protecting our children. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Try not to approach this well and have not done my homework. I've not done my homework. I'm going to send my own self and punish myself later on. But what in the world is this bill about? Somebody told me you had a bill, Mac Butler.
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody told me you had a bill. I just didn't know what bill you had. Now, tell me what this simple bill does. Thank you. What does this little bill do?
Well, it extends the existing prohibitions of teaching on sexual orientation or sexual identity or gender identity from the 5th grade to the 12th grade. But Representative Drummond has an amendment to take it to the 8th grade, which we consider a friendly amendment. So that's what we're really talking about is K through 8.
Okay.
So the existing prohibitions would go from 5th to 8 if we adopt the amendment.
Are you saying that they cannot teach these subject matters or discuss or talk about these subject matters?
Correct. Yeah, currently the law is now that y'all passed a couple of years ago is K through 5. And it with
y'all.
Well,
y'all.
The legislature, how about that?
Y'all, don't, no.
The legislature.
Y'all, no, that you all passed. Because I don't want anybody texting me, tweeting me, emailing me, or IGing me to say that I voted for nothing crazy like this. Because my belief is you can pass whatever bill you want to in this house. I've said this before. But until we regulate these in the hands of children who are school age, you can run around and pass every bill against any educator you want to. The most deadly of weapons that a child has
I would agree with you on that.
is their cell phone.
and we see toddlers.
And you can, and until somebody, and I don't know which one of the cray-cray Republicans gonna do it. I love all of y'all.
We love you.
I'm in the group. I'm not a Republican, but I'm in the cray-cray. I admit.
We would love to talk to you about
No,
joining
you
the
won't
party.
love to talk to me, but one of y'all y'all have these bills that y'all go to bed and just wake up, twinkle, twinkle, little star, and y'all, poof, the bills appear. But I hope, Mr. Speaker, that we will, as you move about in your administration, at least look at something. Oh, I thought the real speaker was here. I'm sorry. Okay, I hold it. That we will look at something that will relate back to the use of these cell phones, especially in schools.
You are 100% correct.
I am always, when I come to this microphone, 100% correct. You just don't understand it, but I'm glad you got the memo. But
I agree with you today.
well, good. And my whole thing is we can put these prohibitions up against teachers. First of all, let me tell you something. I don't know any teachers that's talking to these students. Now, the problem comes when a student can't talk to his mother or father, and then they go out and they seek help. I would almost want them to talk to them because I don't want to see a child to commit suicide because they feel they have no one to talk to. That's number one. So we have a lot.
I agree with that.
Yeah, we have a lot of issues. So sometimes these prohibitions, because it could just be that math teacher, it could just be that science teacher that could save someone who is LGBTQ, trans, whatever, to save that child's life because they are so torn, because they can't go home, they can't talk to their parent, they can't relate, or their parents do not want to accept that just lo and behold, their child is gay. And every time I take this microphone or in this well, I always say when we have these type of bills, gay people aren't going anywhere. They are here to stay.
They've been with us since the beginning of time. This isn't.
They are not
this
gay,
isn't against
gay
them.
people. The gay people, the gays of the world are not going anywhere. Let me tell you my favorite show on TV on Friday nights.
What's that?
It's RuPaul Drag Race. That's
Never
my
seen
show.
that.
All night and day. I love it because I'm literally seeing people who may be different in their own way, in their own expressions, being given an opportunity to be themselves, their true, authentic selves, from a point in life where they had been ostracized, criticized, and mocked, name written on the signboard, and rejected, all because they were gay or trans or choose to live an alternative lifestyle. I've said this time and time again, I'm not here to regulate morality. That's not my job as a legislator. We're tasked with two things if we don't do anything else in this building, and that is, under this Constitution, is pass a education trust fund budget and a general fund budget. Not even to come down here and pass bills. Passing bills is an added. But under the law, that's all we're tasked with, period.
Yes, ma'am.
But I have concerns, again, that, you're trying to regulate, here again, information. You're trying to regulate the information that another person gets from a human who just may happen to raise issues or standards with regards to homosexuality. And I don't care how many bills you pass, it's not gonna stop it. And that's the reality. It's not. It's absolutely not. So I just wanted to come here to find, because I saw all the talk and hoopla about this bill, but hey, this is getting to be so out of hand. The bills that you all are paying. And my thing is, where is the corporate community? Y'all can send messages to me about why I voted against, or I'll say I took issue with the bill. No, I didn't take issue with the bill last week. I took issue with an amendment, and I said publicly I supported the bill. But my question to the corporate community is simple as this, even with this, where are you when it comes to DEI corporate community? Where are you when it comes to LGBTQ rights? Where are you when it comes to Black Lives Matters rights? All of those issues that plague and impact everyday consumers. But then for me to be called out because I had a question about a bill, I don't care whose bill it is. It could be mine. If it ain't right, it ain't right. So at the end of the day, I am here to just simply say, I just want somebody to bring a bill that will regulate the cell phone and the data that our kids have access to. Because anything they want to know about being gay, anything they want to know about being queer, anything they want to know about being trans, anything they want to know about homosexuality or sexuality, period, they have it in the palm of their hand. And guess what? The best of children pick these phones up and they search.
I do not disagree with you. You are 100% right.
So until you can regulate this, I don't care what you say, you're not going to stop human nature to stop children from having an inquiry or seeking help. And again, that very teacher that you are trying to say cannot teach your child, I don't necessarily think they necessarily should be teaching, but I never want a child to be in a crisis situation that they feel that because of the law, because I've seen families who've been torn apart because their child could not talk to them. And they went home one day and their child was hanging from the bedroom closet or had OD'd because they had no one to turn to. So when you all pass these bills, there are unintended consequences. And I heard somebody spoke about love. And whenever I hear that in here, I'm concerned. Because on one hand, you say you love everybody, but then on the other hand, you pass bills to take away the rights of everybody, of those that are not like you. It's a scary thought when you all say we should love each other. Absolutely, it's real, and it's very hypocritical. But at the end of the day, I just wanted to offer my 2 cent, 1 penny commentary. And again, until you regulate these cell phones, you will not regulate children knowing that gay people, gay rights exist, gay individuals, man and woman exist, or queer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the substitute. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. I thought you want... Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 73 yeas, 25 nays. The substitute is adopted. The chair now recognizes Representative Drummond from Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I have an amendment. And I want to thank the sponsor, and I think you know how I feel about this bill, right?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
I'm going to go ahead and do the amendment, but I couldn't help. I was sitting back there listening to Representative Lands, and there's a whole lot of scars that children are going through.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're not addressing the scars or the mental health needs. So this amendment, will you accept the amendment?
Absolutely.
Okay. The amendment is to replace line 11 on page 1 with the following. Of Alabama 1975 to prohibit certain classroom instructions in kindergarten through the 8th grade related to, replace line 21 on page 1 with the following. 8th grade at a public K through 12 school shall not engage in, replace lines 23 through 25 on page 1 with the following. Regarding sexual orientation or gender identity in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students in accordance with the state standards. That's the amendment, sir.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And that was the recommendation of the State Department of Education, and I appreciate you bringing that and helping with this.
Thank you.
Even though I know you don't care for it, but you were.
Well,
real trooper.
You don't want me to say I don't care for it, but you know, I'm trying to put lipstick on something that
You
I
are.
think is going to be scarring our kids, and you know how I feel
And
from
I
committee.
appreciate you so much.
I appreciate you as well.
We have some questions.
We can
on
hug
the
and kiss
amendment.
and vote, right?
Before we adopt the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Bracy from Mobile. Okay. Your question for the body's adoption of the amendment. The clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 97 yeas, 6 nays, and the amendment's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlemen.
The chair now recognizes Representative Bracy from Mobile.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to get a clear understanding before I go into much details about my question. And this is what I received. Is this the substitute?
If it's got it,
This is what I received.
that looks like it from here.
Okay. And it's just this 2 pages?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, we just extended the prohibitions from K to 5, from K to 12, and then with
and
an
then rolled
amendment,
it
we
back
took it
to
to 8. And we added back some language that the State Department of Education wanted that was in the original bill.
Okay.
That's in the law, that we added it back.
Okay, so we're simply going from the previous bill of 5th grade to 12th grade and then rolling back to 8th grade.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, and what's the additional language? I'm just trying to make sure.
It basically just adds the age-appropriate language in there.
Okay.
It gave them some leeway.
Okay, age-appropriate language. So when we talk about
And there's some standards that the school systems go by.
So when we talk about the flags and insignias, who is that directly related to?
Just anything, it's a prohibition against anything with sexual identity or sexual orientation.
But is that concerning the administration, the teachers?
Oh, it only applies to the
students?
employees, yes, sir, not
Okay.
the students. Students, when they cross that threshold into the school, they still carry with them their First Amendment rights.
Okay, they carry with them their First Amendment
Yes, sir.
rights, but other people don't.
The school employees would not.
The school employees would not be able to carry on the First Amendment right based off of this
In their job scope, that's already the case, yes, sir.
Okay. So when we talk about flags and insignias, give me an idea what we're talking about.
The pride flag.
The pride
flag.
Pride flag?
Yes, sir. That's where that came from, that amendment came from, is that some of the school systems where teachers had plastered it everywhere.
Okay. And maybe have you seen a picture of that?
Yes, sir. I have a number of pictures.
You care to share it, or do I just Google? What do I Google?
Well, I could find the stuff that was sent to me.
I just want to kind of see, because I want to kind of understand the thinking of how we get to this point. Because I believe in, our constitutional rights.
Sure.
For some reason it seemed that we care a lot more about the Second Amendment rights than any other right. But I believe the First Amendment right, it's the proud. You said the proud flag. Pride.
Yeah, but with
pride flag. Is that the rainbow?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so are we
That's the
saying that the
stickers
gay
also.
people own the rainbow? Is
No,
that
sir,
what
we're not.
So any rainbow symbols that we see, do we automatically say that this means that this is a symbol of pride? I mean, we grew up in the Care Bear ages, I'm sure. Did you grow up in the Care Bear?
I'm a little older than you.
Okay, well, I grew up in the
I'm
Care
60.
I grew up in the Care Bear ages, and you look pretty good for 60. I grew up
you're
in the
kind.
Care Bear ages, and I mean rainbows. Reading rainbows. I mean, it's a lot of rainbows have a lot of meaning, a lot of symbols. Hopefully, I can find a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow.
That would be, that'd be great.
And I wouldn't necessarily think that because we see a rainbow, we automatically say that this means this. So if a rainbow is in a class in the elementary school, what would be the process of dealing with that teacher? Will we go to that teacher and say, excuse me, sir or ma'am, or could we even say that? Or do we go in and say, you know, what are you doing? Are you trying to indoctrinate our children by having this rainbow on your bulletin board? Are you teaching them colors or are you teaching them something else? Like, what would be the process for something like that?
Well, that's up to the State Department of Education. The bill clearly says that they set the rules and in the enforcement of the rules. But some of us think this would be no different than if that same teacher was up there giving their political opinions or their religious opinions about whatever. You know, that would not be tolerated today.
So basically, we're banning the rainbow from public schools until you get to the ninth grade.
No, the students would still have their rights.
So the students can have a rainbow, but it can't have a rainbow in the classroom.
The teachers or K-12 employees could not.
Cannot have a rainbow, period.
That's right, yes, sir.
Because rainbow symbolizes pride.
I don't think it spells that out of the bill. It says display a flag or other insignia relating to or representing sexual orientation or gender identity.
But I'm saying, is this targeted for the rainbow? Is this?
I think you could find instances to have the rainbow.
Okay.
But that's State Department of Education will be tasked with that.
Okay. What's the penalty for a teacher? Let's just say a teacher, unintended consequences. They have first graders. They have rainbows in their classrooms and clouds, and everybody's happy.
I don't think there'd be anything in that situation.
Okay. So
But
that's
the State
not.
Department of Education is tasked with the setting the rules and the enforcement.
Okay. So that's not the same thing. Okay. So what about safe spaces? I would think that just like with anything else, children think they know more than their parents, and they think their parents are not cool and they can't talk to their parents about certain things. And some kids can't talk to their parents about certain things because a lot of time parents ostracize their kids and they treat them a certain kind of way because of certain things. Like I was leaving the doctor's office yesterday and I overheard an elderly gentleman, probably in his 80s, and he was talking about how his friend, they used to go to the hunting camp, and he was like, and you know his son didn't used to go hunting with us. And I just kind of listened. Of course, I wasn't in the conversation, and he was like, because you know he was kind of funny. It's like we create environments where, and he went on to talk about how the kid that was supposedly funny was treated different. How that kid was treated different than the other kids and couldn't. And families were participating in because they were funny. And when you create that, I guess we create an environment of depression. We create an environment of no safe spaces, nowhere for these kids to turn to. Where do these kids turn to?
This is actually two different things. The student would still be able to go to a teacher or go to the counselor, but they would not be able to instruct it. And we have documented proof of where teachers were doing assignments on this.
Doing assignments on it?
Yes.
And I guess I just need to see that kind of stuff. But so you're saying that if a student needed a safe space and needed to have someone to talk to,
absolutely,
that they will still be able
sure
to go to? Okay, so we're saying that that's protected.
Yes, sir.
So this is just strictly, we're just strictly gonna go.
You can look to our neighbor Florida they came to a settlement, but how they are handling things.
So tell me a little bit about the settlement, because what I'm understanding. So this is not similar to what Florida passed.
It's very similar.
Right. So but even though this is similar to what Florida passed, it didn't stand, right?
No, they came to a settlement. There was never a court that ruled on that.
But they still had to go through some type of arbitration.
They just came to an agreement.
So what do you think we're going to end up? Because if this is similar to what they did, then we're probably going down a similar road. We're probably doing something very similar.
This
So where are we
legislation
going to end up?
It's been in existence for a couple of years now with no problems. I don't anticipate any more problems. You know, in 2015, when I passed the school prayer bill, that, you know, we were told then, everybody said how we were going to be in court and have all kinds of constitutional issues. It's 2024. There have been zero.
But we know this is going to be in court. We do know that.
I don't believe that personally. It might,
But Florida, I mean, okay, it may not be in court, but it will go into some type of negotiation or arbitration, some type of settlement. But we know that this is not going to be the finished bill, right?
Well, I would respectfully disagree with you.
Okay. So what did Florida settle with?
Just like the media dubbed this bill the "Don't Say Gay" bill. Show me where it says "Don't Say Gay." It doesn't say that.
Okay.
But it's just but it's just common sense prevailed. And literally, if you read the settlement, it's in numerous publications. The media just jumps in with their narrative, but the reality is quite different than that.
Okay.
And that's what this is. People were saying a student couldn't wear a pride shirt. The bill does not say that. They can. Now, the school board sets.
Representative time has expired. The chair now recognizes Representative Moore of Jefferson.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't even recognize it's been so long.
It's so good to see you today.
Speaker. It's good to see you, and it's good to be seen. This bill, I think I'm confused by even when we passed the other bill, because I know within our system we have educators who are gay.
Sure.
From them to the straight, I never heard of a child coming home talking about the teacher was teaching about gender orientation or anything like that. And because a person got rainbows all over their classroom does not mean that that is for gay pride. It doesn't mean that. And I think we got too many people in this country today that can take a harmless symbol and turn it into something that is negative. Because I think I saw on TV, it's been a few months ago, a little girl, her mother was having a birthday party in a public place, but the little girl wanted a rainbow cake. And because they tried to bring a rainbow cake, had nothing to do with gay, nothing. It's just that she liked the rainbow. The company wouldn't let the parent bring the rainbow cake in, because we have a lot of talking heads that have turned the beauty of the rainbow into something negative and attached it to a group of people, and I think that is so wrong. But I think we're going so far beyond the call of duty, because every day, you know, I pick up my grandbaby, I learn everything that's going on in the school for that day. But I have never picked up any children where they have said, Grandma Mary, you know, they was talking about genders and people's choices. I ain't never heard that. So I think that sometimes it seems like we have, and I keep saying this, too many instances where we're making laws that impact a lot of people based upon the minority opinion of few people or how people feel. And I think that is over time is having such a negative impact of what this country is all about. Now, if there was a situation where over and over again we got reports of this happening, I could see us or even the various state school boards addressing it.
Have you seen any of the Chromebooks?
If that Chromebook has it, did the teacher pull it up? Did the teacher pull it up, or did the child pull it up? And I can promise you it was not the teacher. I can promise you it was that child.
But it was adults that placed that on there.
Yeah, but the child pulled it up. They're going to take their cell phone and do the same thing, go to the same site. I'm glad you brought that up, because most times when the teacher is teaching, they already have the sites that they're going to. But that doesn't prevent the children, if it's an open site that hadn't been blocked, because even in the education system, even in the computer world, adults don't think of everything. They, sometimes, like we say, children think they're smarter than we are. I think in the information age they are.
No doubt.
They know how to go around blocks, but I think we're penalizing people for something that a child did. And I could tell you of some instances happening in the school where situations come up and the teacher's just as shocked as anybody else. Because these children know this technology, and how do they know it so well? Anytime they ask us to buy something, we buy them. I fuss at my children for what they get my grandchildren all the time. It's too early. But because that's a status symbol, everybody buy the children what they want, whether they need or not. Now, if we want to be a body that's about our business, we ought to look at some other things that's happening in society. It's like a young man once told me that we're always talking about what children shouldn't do, but we put very few things in their path that they should do. We could always attack what they shouldn't. But I just wanted to, my concern when you was talking about that Chromebook especially, I bet you that teacher was not the one that suggested the website. I bet you that child and they friend got together and they found that website, but then we go and we penalize everybody else for it. And even with this, even when this is blocked, they're going to find another site.
Well, there were actual assignments that have been made on gender identity that we know of.
Can you show it to me?
I actually can, yes, ma'am.
Will you please show it to me?
I don't have it right here on me, but I do.
I know if we bring up stuff like this, I think we need to have proof, and we don't need to have one example and two examples. That we penalize the masses for one or two people what they do. I think that we got to get out of that business because we're putting stigmas on a lot of people.
I had a student send me his assignment a couple of years ago, and I put it on Facebook.
Okay.
Because I wanted people to see. The superintendent's a good friend of mine at that school system. I was actually president of the board when we hired him. And he called me and said, I wish you hadn't have put that on Facebook. And I said, well, I wanted people to see it. But he said, I wanted you to know I took care of that. And he said it was not part of the curriculum. And I pointed out, I said, well, I talked to another teacher that told me it was, but he did take care of it. And he was a man of his word. And I did a follow-up post.
Did you pull that curriculum to make sure how that curriculum?
I did not, no, ma'am.
See, that's the problem. It's so many ways of interpreting things. If we're going to correct something, let's identify the problem first. Maybe that instructor misinterpreted the curriculum. Did we go and try to look at that curriculum to see if that curriculum actually said that, or if somebody misinterpreted what was given? We don't do any of that. We react. And we have got to stop being so reactionary on things. Let's go look at it. Because I ain't never seen it as part of the curriculum nowhere. Just like you served on the board, I've served on the board too. Never seen that in the curriculum. But even with what has been in the curriculum, I've seen incidents where people misinterpreted. And we had to deal with that instructor that misinterpreted. Because that was not what was written into.
They have a lot of different problems, I will admit, today than when you and I were on the board. And anxiety and mental anguish is probably the biggest that children are facing right now.
Oh, they've been facing it a long time. You know the difference?
What's
with
that?
all the things they tell children to express it a little more now. When you were coming up, there was a level of anxiety when you came up, when I came up, but we were taught different ways to deal with it. But now, I know last year we talking about TikTok now. Last year TikTok went down for a day. I thought my grandbaby was gonna have to be taken to a mental institution.
I understand, yeah.
And what her daddy did was shut down all electronics that day, and they spent the rest of the day outdoors.
Good for him.
You
yes.
know, because that's what it's the way we react to it, and is what has got to change. We should not penalize everybody for the actions of one or two people. And I think we got to get beyond that. And I think we can, if we learn to communicate a little bit more with each other,
Yes,
we
ma'am.
could get beyond it. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair recognizes Representative Harrison from Lauderdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Butler, for bringing this bill. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment to the sub.
Clerk will receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 130 by Representative Harrison.
You recognize Representative Harrison.
Basically, what this does, if you are an entity that receives funds from the educational trust funds, that it makes you subject to the provisions of this bill.
I consider that a very good amendment that would be applicable and would consider that a friendly amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Hollis from Jefferson. You want to talk on the bill? Mr. Hendricks, you want to talk about the amendment? Bill? All right, let's vote on the amendment then. Question for the body's adoption, the amendment. The clerk will allow. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Hall. Chair recognizes Ms. Hall from Madison.
All right, so I need you to help me with the amendment. Would you go with me through the first one, starting on page 1? Look like you have more of an amendment than the bill itself.
Well, it has some of the same language.
Okay, so this amendment, we're replacing lines 11 through 22.
11 through 12, yes. Do you want me to read it, or?
So I'm trying to make sure, yes, because you said that your amendment is doing what?
Any entity that is taking ETF funds would be subject to the provisions of this bill.
Well, okay, so we're doing this for Alabama School of Education, right? That's what this bill is about, right?
Right. The bill currently in its form before this amendment would only address the schools. This would take any entity or organization that are teaching K through 8 students, that if they're taking ETF funds, that they're subject to this. They can't, any entity that takes education trust fund monies.
So if I'm teaching it, if I'm a choir director, or am I a football coach, or I'm a band director, or I'm a wrestling director, or whatever, you're referring to all of those entities as well?
If they're taking educational trust fund monies,
Well, if you're in a public school
where did this all come from? Is this? I'm finding some level of pause. Not that I'm against the fact that we need to make sure that our children have, especially when they're in our educational facilities, that they are being taught what they should be taught. But I think that with this piece of legislation, our problem is not necessarily the curriculum with our state school system or our public schools. Our problem is in the home, because children will pick up majority of what they know, do, and learn from the house. And here's the other problem: social media. So many children have phones or have access to social media to where they are being taught from social media all of those things that we would censor our children or prohibit them from learning. In essence, teachers don't have time to teach outside of the state's curriculum because their time is so scheduled, along with dealing with all that they deal with, especially with discipline issues that they deal with within the school system. They don't have time to teach what I think what you're suggesting that is being taught. So I have a little pause because I think we're trying to do something that we cannot do, and that is legislate morality within the home. It starts at the house, and parents have to take control of their children and what they learn and what they know so that they can be successful in life. That's just my...
You're spot on, yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Hollis from Jefferson to speak on the bill as substituted and amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you please tell me about this bill that everybody's talking about? Just give me some discussion on it.
Sure.
Exactly what we're doing with HB 130.
Okay, right now under current law, the teacher cannot instruct on sexual identity or orientation, K through 5. This would extend it K through 8.
So when we, sexual identity?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, meaning?
It's the transgender, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's not that I'm a boy or girl.
That's correct.
We're talking about transgender.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think yesterday in the news, if you saw in Springville, there was a substitute teacher that got in trouble for saying there was 48 or 47 identities. This is exactly what the bill's talking about.
Okay, so I guess my mindset is, and I think about when I was in school, and we did have sexual education, but when we had sexual education, it talked about the things that females and males go through. And it also answered any questions that we had. So, and it was more so educational. So, and I say all this to say that if I'm feeling a certain way and I want to understand what I'm feeling, so are you not allowing me to have that education to get educated on what I'm actually feeling or going through? Does that make sense?
Yes, if you're saying they would still be able to have that health class,
but not if you are preventing.
But you couldn't teach sexual identity. You couldn't say you're really a boy.
But if I'm that kid,
the kid,
and I have that question.
Yes, ma'am.
So who's going to educate me? Who's going to give me a understanding of what I'm going and what I'm feeling? And see, what this make me think about is when you have lack of education and people are not understanding who or what they are, that's why we have a percentage of suicide, because we have some kids that they don't feel the love or feel that no one cares about what they're actually going through. So if we take away all education and we don't educate those kids that may feel a certain way, so what do we do?
They would still be able to talk to the individual student. They would not be able to teach a class, assignment on sexual identity.
Okay, but wouldn't that be kind of within the educational part? And because now you're saying this, but if they have a question with what I just talked about, and they are saying this, and then the teacher explain whatever they're going through, wouldn't that be prohibited? Because it's what you're doing is saying that the discussions are prohibited, right?
They would be able to talk to the teacher, yes. But if the teacher's a math teacher, we want them teaching math, not teaching sexual orientation, gender identity.
I understand that.
But if they go to a counselor or to a teacher, they would absolutely still be able to do that.
But what if I don't trust my counselor?
Well,
what if I don't trust my counselor, but I have a relationship with my math? Because when you said math, that kind of a light bulb, because I was a math person. I still love numbers today.
You would still be able to.
So if I didn't have that relationship with my counselor, but I did with my math teacher, and then I went to my math teacher and I said, I want to talk to you in confidence because there's things that I want you to explain to me. So then if that teacher, knowing this student, starts to explain whatever they're going through or take them to someone to explain what they're going through, so what would happen to that particular teacher?
They would still be able to talk to you.
Okay, so what is the purpose of the bill?
It prevents the teaching of such, the assignments, but they would still have a lot of discretion on certain things. If a student comes to you, you're not going to turn that student away. We would hope you would go to your parents first or to your clergy, but if you don't have that relationship,
all kids are not going to go to their parents. You have,
I would hope.
Even though you have an open relationship with your kids, sometimes kids feel better going to a stranger, to talk about certain things, because they may feel that I can't talk to mom and dad about this particular issue, but I can talk to my aunt about this particular issue. But I think with this bill, what worries me with it is that, we have so many kids that may not understand, and if they're seeking help, then what do? Even though you say, yes, that they're able to talk to them in confidence, but that's probably not the way it would be seen or taken. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we do with those kids? What do we do? How do we educate these babies?
Well, I am never for telling a child they're an opposite sex.
Say it again.
I would never be in favor of telling a child they're an opposite sex.
Well, you didn't have to tell the child that. The child told you. So if the child tells you, then what?
You would be able to talk to the child. Yes, ma'am.
So, but it's nothing in your bill.
They would not be able to teach
prevent
that.
an educator from answering a question for a student, to prevent them from losing their job, because what's going to happen is it's going to be regardless to whom asks you what, that you spoke on gender identity or sexual orientation.
Yes, ma'am.
But I was asked by this kid who trusts me and wants some answers. So, and I say all this, that what we can't do, you may be against it, but it's here.
Sure.
I mean, it's here, and it's nothing that we can do about it. Nobody can do about it. But what we don't want to do is leave any kids behind where they're not educated, where they don't understand what they're going through, or how do I get help, or who do I talk to about this. And then that's why we have so many suicides out there of young babies taking their lives because they don't feel love. You know, our understanding may not be others' understanding. Sure. You know, but we can't punish someone because we believe differently. Does that make any sense?
Yes, ma'am.
So, and I still come to, when we get to this point, how do we help these kids? How are we able to educate them when they do come to us? Because what we're doing, we are leaving that kid behind and subject to suicide or hurting themselves or taking everybody else out because they don't have an understanding. So, I think that I think we as lawmakers be in too many bedrooms, you know, be in too many people's pants. You know, because I don't go in the bathroom looking over the stall to see what a woman has. You know, I don't. So I think that we getting too much up into people's personal lives and personal businesses. Because, as you know, what a kid want to learn or what a kid want to do, regardless, they going to do it. You know, and all we can do is just help and educate, you know, tell the do's and the don'ts, and then pray about it and hope that they don't go against on the teachings that we teach. So it just bothers me on what happened to the kids when they do want to know what's going on with me, who do I talk to, and then the education that they need. So
yes, ma'am.
That's it.
Chair recognizes Representative Hendricks from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Just got a question real quick. How many, I would say, public schools throughout the state? Do you know?
I think there's 130-something systems.
137?
130-something systems.
Okay.
I know in our county, we have 3 systems.
Okay.
In Etowah. I imagine in Jefferson, you've got a number of them too, probably.
We do. We have a lot. So my question is, do you think that this bill is going to stop teachers and students engaging in conversation about gender identity and sexuality?
No, it's not to stop the conversation. It's to stop the instruction. If you went one-on-one, that's not a problem. And I don't know that someone's going to raise their hand in class and say whatever. But we have documented cases where this agenda is being taught. And most parents are not for that. They want the math teacher teaching math and the English teacher teaching English. Not telling Johnny that he's really a girl or whatever, you know.
When you say that, I hear you when you say that, but you know, teachers, they wear a lot of hats. They
do wear a lot.
They are coaches, they are principals, they are banks, they are protectors, they are all that. So when you say that,
and most of our teachers are called to teach like a pastor is.
Right. It's
not just a job.
So let me ask you this: what if a teacher get caught doing that? What happens?
Well, the State Department of Education sets the rules and the enforcement.
So the Board of Education does?
The legislation leaves that to the State Department of Education to set the rules and the enforcement.
So my thing about it, the thing that I want to say, and I want to point out.
And they were good with this long as we went to the 8th grade. And they wanted that language that Representative Drummond added back to the bill that was in the original bill now.
Okay. What I want to point out is that I had a situation where school resource officer, I had a situation where a student in the 7th grade was experiencing some personal issues with himself, and he really did not understand them, right? So this particular student, he had a great relationship with his teacher. All right. Now, this student, he was dealing with some issues at home with his mom and his dad to where he cannot openly have, I would say, that private conversation with his mom and his dad. Not saying that his mom and dad was not good parents. It's just that, you know, he didn't feel comfortable to where he can go to his mom and dad and talk about what he was experiencing. So this teacher he had at school that was teaching him 8 hours a day, they had a great relationship. So the teacher realized that the behavior of this kid was changing, right? So he sat the student down. He asked the student what was going on. So that kid, he opened up to his teacher, told his teacher what he was going through. And you know what? Ever since then, that child and his parents, they have a great relationship thus far because he was able to talk to his teacher about what he was experiencing, what he was going through, that he could not do with his parents.
And that was one-on-one. That wasn't a classroom discussion, correct?
I agree.
Right.
Yes. But the issue is that it's getting to a point where we doing stuff, it's too much. It's just too much. This is a prime example. Later found out when the parents got home, right? Parents got home, started talking to the child, come to find out this child was writing suicide notes in his tablet, and that's how I got involved. Because this kid was getting picked on at school from people picking with him because how he felt about certain things, but it was his teacher that saved his life. So I say that to say we just got to be careful sometimes what we doing, what we trying to change, especially when it comes to our kids, because everybody down here was voted in the office to protect our kids.
Yes, sir.
Not only our kids, but the others as well. And we need to understand that. That is important. We was voted to sit down here and protect everybody. But I thank you. Again, we just got to be careful with that. And I appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Ensler of Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you very much. I've heard a few of my colleagues who have worked in the classroom with young people. We've heard from mental health professionals that have worked with young people. They've said multiple times that their concern is that young people may then feel ostracized. They may feel that they're not as welcome or loved. And in a worst case scenario, that it could lead to increasing suicides by young people. I haven't heard you respond to that. I'm just curious how you feel hearing that your bill may lead to children committing suicide from professionals that work with children.
I don't believe that would be the case whatsoever. You still would be able to go to your teacher and talk to your teacher. You wouldn't be able to raise your hand in class and have an open discussion about what you're going through, which I doubt is what would happen anyway.
So, and I think that's missing, though, the bigger picture. It's great that children can still speak to an individual teacher, but what children are going to see, what's going to come out of this, is that the legislature is anti-gay or anti-LGBTQ. That's what the headlines will be. That's what the media will say. Young people will see it on their phone. And the message that sends to them is that they don't matter in the same way that other children do. So an indirect consequence of this bill can be the very real mental health issues that young people will face. And, I sat here and listened and listened and listened. And after colleague said that this could lead to children potentially committing suicide. This has a real world consequence, and that is so disturbing. And I just cannot believe that we're going to potentially now pass something any moment here that could lead to a child taking his or her own life because of something that we're going to do here today.
You think adding the 3 grades that the teacher can't instruct on sexual identity?
I think that anytime if you prohibit something that can be taught, if you prohibit teaching of race, if you prohibit teaching of religion, of people's ethnicity, it makes them feel not as valued. It makes them feel, well, I don't matter, that I'm not seen as equal in the eyes of others.
Everybody matters, regardless
but
of
you
sexual
say that, but the bill doesn't do that.
Well, just kind of funny that when I hire a teacher, and I was on the school board, and we had over 1,100 employees, I want them to actually teach what we hired them to teach, not what their feeling is. If they were up there saying President Trump or President Biden or preaching the First Baptist Church, the wheels would come off the bus. This is no different. We want them teaching what they were hired to teach, what they were trained to teach, because they're not trained to go off into all these other venues. They do step up and intervene as parents sometimes. But y'all are coming up with some stuff that is literally ludicrous.
So I've heard you mention math, science, English. What I've not heard, and maybe I just haven't heard it, is history teachers. I taught history for 2 years here in Montgomery High School. My
favorite subject.
I did Teach for America. I've taught 9th through 12th grade, taught contemporary issues, current event class. Often what would come up are things that are in the news. Different court decisions that maybe had to deal with gay rights. Maybe there were situations where there was something in the news about a child committing suicide. Children have those questions where then they want to talk about that. It is on subject because it's a history class or a contemporary issues class. So let's put aside for a second the math, the science, the English. You have history teachers that teach the full history of different demographic groups. When I taught, at times it came up about religious groups, racial groups, ethnic groups, and yes, then at times sexual orientation or gender. So you're saying that these other subjects, but what do you say to the history teachers that are now going to be prohibited from talking about certain situations?
They would be able to respond to the student, but do you know where public school began?
Where did public school begin?
Where did public school begin? Began in the church. You know who the first teachers were? This historical fact for a history teacher. The pastors were the most educated person in the community. Those were the teachers. The term Sunday school comes from school being taught at church on Sunday. The very first textbook was the Holy Bible. You know, have you ever seen the first reader, the New England Primer, used from 1690 to 1930, 240 years? Every single founding father learned to read from a New England Primer that is full of scripture. A number of the founding fathers reprinted, distributed those in their states. How do you think today, if that same book that taught our founders how to read, the wheels would come off the bus? But a student still, the Bible can be used as a literature book or a history book today, but most school systems are terrified of such.
Right, and without getting into a debate about it, I mean, that's because times have changed. There have been Supreme Court rulings where, with all due respect, we're not where we were when public schools were founded. When schools were founded, there was racial segregation. So thankfully, we've made progress over time. So I don't know that saying what public schools were originally therefore allowed to do or not do, in 2024, things have evolved for a variety of reasons.
My point I was making is they could still address that historical fact about the schools, about the Holy Bible being the first textbook.
So the bill, though, says that they can't instruct on it. So if a history teacher wants to teach about and say that, that the Supreme Court, for example, had a ruling a few years back dealing with gay marriage, would that not be a prohibition on their instruction if they then start talking about?
No, that's a historical fact. The point is the curriculum coming from the State Department of Education is not going to include sexual identity and sexual orientation, where you're trying to push someone. This bill is clearly in response to an agenda that has come from some people trying to change, and that's what I'm saying, let children be children. Let them be innocent. And focus. And if a child comes to a teacher, absolutely address that. This is born of love. This isn't born of hate. And people keep trying to turn it into hate. And that really bothers me when this bill is born of love. This is a parental rights bill.
So the last one is, I want to make big picture here. You know, we've now spent quite a while on this. And I know that's how this body works. You know, for a lot of us that have constituents that are dying every week, though, from gun violence, from lack of access to quality health care, from hunger, from all sorts of real issues, it is embarrassing to have to go back to them and then say, well, we spent today arguing about, what teachers can and can't teach, instead of saying, well, yeah, we fought and addressed real issues.
Talk to some of the moms in your district.
Oh, I do. I talk to many constituents.
I have heard from...
And I've never heard of it. And we come from different places. I've never heard of that in my district as being an issue. And the frustration that you hear in my voice is exactly that so many of our constituents want us to address the real issues that they're facing every day. And instead, we're spending time legislating all sorts of made-up stuff. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Yarborough of Morgan.
Thank you for the recognition. I want to thank you for bringing this bill. You want to talk about real issues? If no one's paying attention to the flood of books and exposure to our kids, or the teacher in Huntsville who got caught admitting, not only as a cross-dressing storytime teacher on a podcast, that he admitted on weaving intentionally this material back into his classroom for the purpose of sexualizing our kids. The reality is that it's not a ban on teaching historical facts, and that to act that way, for someone to speak that way, is frankly disingenuous and dishonest.
Yes.
And anybody, I think, with one eye and half sense who pays attention to the news knows this is not about talking about whether or not a bill was passed or a Supreme Court made a ruling or whatever. The fact of the matter is, it is not the job of public education to sexualize our kids. That is a God-given, sacrosanct right of parents. And the sooner we realize that teachers need to focus on teaching reading, writing, and arithmetic, and leaving the purity and the minds in regards to sexual knowledge to the parents of our families, the better off our country will be. So I want to thank you for bringing this bill. This has nothing to do with not teaching a Supreme Court ruling. It has everything to do with blocking, like some of the most recent books I've seen, what is straight up pornography in our school libraries for kids, which has no place at all. And to say that we don't already have laws in the book, I mean, why do we have anti-obscenity laws? We have anti-obscenity laws because we recognize that minors are to be protected. Their purity and their minds are to be protected. And
a 5-year-old can't go see an R-rated movie either.
Yeah, I mean, and our children, we have to fight for them because they're not at an age of discernment. And it's our job to be the adults in the room and protect our children. And so I commend you for bringing this bill, and stand fast in the pursuit of what you're doing, because you have support and it's the right thing to do. I wish it was K through 12. Which is why I voted against that amendment to lower it from 12 to 8.
Yes, sir.
But the sooner we protect our kids and the more that we be the adults in the room and stand for what's right, the better off our state and our country will be. So thank you for bringing this bill.
Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Gavanna Jefferson.
I'm so glad to see Ed Henry in here, boy. That thing, what you talking about, a terrorist? Ooh. It's good to see him though, because he had the real kind of serious crazy going on, but it was a good crazy. This bill, I want to get back to the subject of the flags. And someone messaged me and said, Wandalyn, did you remember that the Rainbow Coalition flag is a rainbow flag? And the Rainbow Coalition is the coalition that Reverend Jesse Jackson founded at the time that he ran and was the first black man to run for the presidency of the United States of America.
That, according to the bill, would be fine. It does not deal with sexual identity or sexual orientation.
But how do you, but anyone who sees a rainbow flag that knows anything about this culture thinks that it is relative to someone being LGBTQ. That's just the way the world is right now. I mean, I'm just serious. I have a lot of friends that are gay. As a matter of fact, one of my best male friends is gay. And that's just, I don't know how you get around that. What I don't want, again, I never come to this microphone since I've been here except for one time, I think. And again, I reiterate, that was in a plea to Chestnut not to accept a resolution relative to naming a part of the interstate after one of the senator's fathers, coupled with Congressman John Lewis. And that was a heartfelt plea. So much so to that speaker at the time messaged me and said that was one of my finest moments. But I never come to this microphone to ask you all not to do anything. As I stated the other day, my uncle owned a shot house. He would never pour anybody a drink. And we would always be like, well, how are you going to know they didn't cheat you? He said, listen, I'll never pour a man a drink because nobody knows their own troubles like themselves. So you pour your own trouble. But you leave the money in the kitty before you walk away. But my concern with this bill, and I go back again to the corporations that are listening, that I'm hoping at some point that the corporations in this state will band together as other corporations across the country in major cities do and step up, because you all can stop some of this foolery. Sure you can. We talk about industry coming in this state. We talk about bringing national championships for whatever sport we can avail ourselves to. And until the corporate community steps up and begins to champion some of these causes, we're going to continue to see these bills. These bills hurt a lot of people. And in doing so, we stand by and we say it's for this and it's for that and it's for this and it's for that. But yet, how can you once again say that you're my friend, but yet you would allow me to be hurt? And that's why I go back to saying I don't do all that rubbing and bumping and whatever. But this bill, and especially with regards to the flag, I'm only up here dealing with that because I've made my call relative to the other components of this bill. But I just think that these unintended consequences, I think some degree of an amendment. Can you read that portion with regards to the flags?
Somebody took my copy I had right here. I guess
How you the sponsor of it? Well, somebody
I had it right here and it's gone.
Well, you're supposed to know, well, you need to get a copy.
But go ahead. What's your question now?
I want you to tell me the language with regards to.
It said flags or insignia representing sexual orientation or identity. That's paraphrased.
That flags what?
It said flags or insignia that represented sexual orientation or sexual identity.
But I guess it goes back to what I say. How do you define it? How are you going to know that if I am a member of the Rainbow Push Coalition, which is a rainbow-bearing organization, that's their symbol, that's nationally known. How are you going to know if I just come from a Rainbow Coalition meeting in New York?
Are you the teacher or the student in this?
The teacher, it doesn't matter if I'm the teacher.
Yeah, because I was going to say the student can do what they want.
Listen, if I'm the teacher and I just left the Rainbow Coalition Conference, which is a huge conference held nationally, and I come back home with a lapel pin that is Rainbow Push, or I come back with the Rainbow Push flag that doesn't have an identifier on it, then what? Could I be penalized under that particular code or subsection if it is, let me finish, if it indeed is a rainbow flag which is representative of the gay LGBTQ community?
If it's the Rainbow Coalition, no, because it said it had to be sexual orientation or gender identity.
But the question is, how are you going to know?
Well, I won't be.
Because it's a rainbow, and you all are talking about the rainbow flag.
Well,
so what differentiates between, if I don't have Rainbow Coalition printed on that flag anywhere, and it's a rainbow flag, and Joe Blow teacher comes in there and says, you know, you're in violation because you have the flag. And I said, oh, no, I'm not. This is the Rainbow Coalition. And he's
you
not.
Should be fine then.
But he's not familiar. Everybody's not familiar in your culture with the Rainbow Coalition because it's a black organization. So they're not going to be familiar with that. Some of you all don't even know who Jesse Jackson was.
Absolutely, we know.
Well, you might, but not everybody.
Are you saying there's not white people in the Rainbow Coalition?
I don't don't know what's in the Rainbow Coalition. I'm talking about the white people here. What I do know for a fact is ain't nobody white from Alabama in there.
Well, I know what it is.
Now, I do
anyway.
know that.
I know who Reverend
I ain't seen
Jackson
them
is.
yet.
He ran for president.
I haven't seen them yet. But you may be a student of history and everybody else may not. But I gave you a perfect example of an unintended consequence that a teacher could be suspended or penalized for having a flag that looks like the rainbow when there are organizations that bear that same flag. That's the only thing I'm up here making a point about. Again, I know the train left the station before you even stood up here to this microphone. I'm not here for that. I'm here to make my point because I know somebody in here is recording me speaking and saying this, and I'm getting my point across. And I'm going to ask APT for the tape if they are in fact recording it, as I always do. And I go back and I look at what I've said in here. So when I get these calls and I'm criticized or folks call me and tweet me and message me, I say, hold up, let me pull the tape. Sure. And let me see exactly what I said. And you know what I do? I get APT to give me that tape and I send whoever it is what I said.
That would fix the problem for sure.
Yeah, because one day I left out of here, the former speaker, all right, oh, you said that. No, I didn't. No, I did not. So at the end of the day, again, I wanted to point out the fact that this is a unintended consequence as it relates to anyone could bear a rainbow flag. Now you could be in jeopardy if you wear a rainbow flag because the Republican Party believes that that is the sign of gayism or gay America or LGBTQ or queer America. And because of that, you can now be penalized for that just because you have a rainbow flag. It's people in here now. Lance has a lapel that's a rainbow lapel, rainbow pin. I don't know what her orientation is. This is unintended consequences for good people in action.
Chair recognizes Representative Rafferty of Jefferson.
Okay.
Thank you for the recognition. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
All right. I think during the course of this debate, we've heard quite a bit of things that have been said, kind of thrown out there. And I think I just need to get clear as far as exactly where you are coming from with this bill. Truly, what is the actual purpose of the bill?
Let's focus on the academics at the school.
Focus on what?
The academics.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Academics.
The academics, okay. I think we've already kind of addressed some of the issues that deal with students that might be LGBTQ identified, that are trying to find a safe space and that kind of thing to go. I have a real concern as far as with the insignia part is the sub that was brought out that dealt with the insignia. Now you've kind of hinted around that it's just the rainbow flag, correct? That's what your intention is to discriminate upon? Like, is that bit right there?
That's sexual orientation or sexual identity.
Okay, do you know how many flags are that do that?
I do not.
Do you realize you're dealing with the LGBTQ community who is known for kind of their artistic ability and their creativity, and that they will just come up with another one? In fact, the rainbow flag isn't even really the commonly accepted flag within the LGBTQ community at this time.
Well, the students can do what they want. This only deals with the teachers.
No. When we're talking about policy, though, we're talking about that it comes down from on top, and it says this is what you can do, this is what you can't do. It's got to be black and white, all right? So when you say the rainbow flag, are we talking about the one with 7 colors?
But it doesn't.
Are we talking about the solidarity flag, the one with, 9 colors? Which one are we talking about here?
Whatever deals with sexual identity or sexual orientation is what the bill says.
How do you know when it does that? You gonna do your own research on the internet when it becomes culturally accepted, or I mean, when did you become aware that the rainbow flag was a symbol of LGBTQ pride?
I guess when I was told that.
When?
I was told that by that community.
When? When did you become aware of that?
I don't know, 20 years ago maybe? I don't know.
20 years? Okay. Because it's probably been around since at least, I got a friend of mine who is also a relative of mine who is gay, who is much older than me, and she actually got it tattooed on her ankle when she was, in the early 90s, right? So it's been a symbol for at least that long. So at what point would you know that you're coming upon another insignia or symbol that would be showing a student that might be struggling, hurting, or really trying to just make the best of what they can and talk to a teacher who they consider their friend or not, talk to a teacher.
And they'd still be able to.
They'd be able to do that.
Sure.
No problem, because it wouldn't be why. Why would it not be a problem at that point?
I said the student would still be able to talk to the teacher.
Okay.
The teacher would not be able to instruct on it.
But they wouldn't be able to display one to show as a kind of nonverbal
That's
signal
correct.
to the students that they are a safe place to go to.
Sexual identity
See,
or sexual orientation.
And this is where I have some issues with some of the things that have been said today. When we want to talk about because you talked about a few teachers going rogue. Can you explain that one more time? I think there was a lot of noise going on when that one was going through. Could you mind kind of touching on that a little bit? You said at the very beginning of this debate, you said few teachers were going rogue. Mm-hmm. And apparently they weren't able to address this on a local level, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why not?
I'm sorry.
Why were they not able to address this on a local level?
Well, they could, absolutely. Well, I reached out to my superintendent, and he took care of it.
So why does a local issue need to always become a statewide bill?
Well, this
Statewide
became
solution?
a statewide bill a couple of years ago. I think it was in 22 that Representative Sathagen passed the bill.
Right, and that was part of what?
I'm sorry?
What was that part of? Was that a part of something?
I wasn't here during that time.
Yeah, the word's agenda for that. So also I've heard a lot of folks say that we need to protect our children, correct?
Yes,
this is something where I think this whole body agrees on. I don't think anybody in this body thinks that we shouldn't be protecting children. Please raise your hand and indicate if you don't think we should be protecting children in this body. Not a single one.
Yeah, our party platform actually protects them in the womb too.
I think that is a given on both sides. Who wants to not protect children?
There's a lot of people that don't.
Huh?
There's a lot of people that don't.
I can't hear you.
There are a lot of people that do not.
Who?
There's a lot of them. You can pick them up every day. Why do we have to pass human trafficking bills? They're attacking children mainly.
Okay, attacking children, like this bill does. Like this bill could be presumed to be doing. I think Ensler did a great job. Representative Ensler did a great job of kind of spelling that out for you. Do you not kind of buy into that? No. Oh, and I also heard you say that we don't want to be imposing something on the children. I also think that we can agree on that too. Imposing what though?
We want the schools to focus on teaching reading and writing and arithmetic and prepare them for 21st century jobs.
I cannot hear though. Sorry, can you say that again?
We want the schools preparing them for 21st century jobs.
Okay, so we don't want to impose them with what?
I'm sorry?
Impose something on children. That's what
Yeah, we don't want to.
I was taking notes and I quoted a couple things you said.
Yeah, we don't want to indoctrinate children on their sexual
Indoctrinate
identity.
children. So what is the concern about indoctrinating children here? Because I think I also have shared the same concern with indoctrinating children.
Yeah, we're just going to keep them on the curriculum.
What does that mean to indoctrinate children? In your eyes, in your view, and what would be the intention of this bill at that point?
You know what it means.
No, I don't.
And we've enjoyed a lot
I don't.
of
That's the thing.
communication on
That is the thing, Representative. I don't know what you mean. And that is what I'm asking for you to spell out for me right now. Please, go on. Continue. What do you mean indoctrinating children?
This bill will simply extend from 5th grade to 8th grade the prohibitions that are there currently in place on sexual identity and sexual orientation.
All right, so we don't want any. So what we're talking about is we are probably also in agreement on something. We're both concerned about the impressionability of children, right?
Sure.
And that we be pressuring them into something to be something that they're not. I think you even said earlier in this debate, I don't want to tell a child that they are the opposite gender. I think that might have been what happened at your school or something along those lines.
It was similar to that, yes, sir.
Right, which apparently couldn't be handled locally, but probably was handled locally, but you still brought a bill for the statewide to take up. And as we've already kind of pointed out, we could be addressing the real serious business of the people of Alabama instead of this right now, but here we are, right? Okay, so...
This is extremely serious to a...
So what I'm hearing is you don't want a child to be told that they have to change. What you don't want is you don't want a child to be told that their, what their sexual orientation or gender identity is, correct?
We do not want the school instructing on that. Yes.
Correct. Okay. Well, would you be open to an amendment that clarifies that?
No, sir.
All right.
No, I would move to table
You're going to
your
offer an
amendment
amendment?
without seeing it.
I'm happy to hand one to you.
Clerk will receive the amendment and read it.
Amendment to House Bill number 130 by Representative Rafferty.
Okay. So what this amendment does, everybody, to the body, is it removes on page 23 of page 1. Well, I think I have the sub right here, so I don't know where we are anymore on that, but on line 23, page 1, we're going to cross out regarding, and we're going to get specific to the intent of this bill, which I think is really important and what we're really trying to get at here. We're going to cross out regarding, and we're going to put instead where it says, shall not engage in classroom discussions or provide classroom instruction regarding sexual orientation or gender identity. We're going to put in, shall not engage in classroom discussion or provide classroom instruction intended to change a person's sexual orientation or gender. That is what this amendment does. Very simple. Changes it from regarding to getting really to what the intent of this bill is, and that is to protect children from their teachers or having to receive any sort of instruction that would be intended to change their sexual orientation or gender identity. Why would you not be open to that?
Mr. Speaker, I'd move we table this amendment.
The sponsor makes a motion to table. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 70 yeas, 27 nays. The amendment is tabled.
Very well.
Question for the body is now final. The question for the body is now final passage of HB 130 is a substituted amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 74 yeas, 25 nays. HB 130 passes as substituted and adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I've been asked to open it up for co-sponsors.
Clerk will unlock the machine for co-sponsors. Clerk will lock the machine. Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 43 of the calendar, House Bill number 124 with substitute by Representative Crawford relating to taxation.
Chair recognizes Representative Crawford of Limestone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill exempts common fencing for livestock producers. With that, I ask for a BR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas. BIR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I have a sub.
The clerk will receive the sub. Please explain.
The sub puts a sunset on the bill of 5 years. It puts a limit of $25,000 of gross sales for exemption, and it puts an affidavit at the store where they buy the fencing material has to be signed that you are a legitimate livestock grower.
Question for the body's adoption of the sub. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 100 yeas, 0 nays. The substitute is adopted. Question before the body now is final passage of HB 1.
Mr. Speaker, I have a request to substitute SB 73 for this bill. It's exactly the same bill. It's already passed the Senate and it's passed the committee.
All in favor of adopting the Senate bill, say aye. All opposed? Ayes have the bill substituted.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage of the.
The question for the body is adoption of the BIR SB 73. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 yeas, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Question now before the body is final passage of SB 73. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 98 yeas, 1 nay. SB 73 passes.
Thank you,
Clerk,
Mr.
call the
Speaker.
next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 50 of the calendar, House Bill number 283 by Representative Pascal relating to taxation.
Representative Pascal.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition. Members, HB 283 is a part of the Alabama Military Stability Commission military bills. This bill, it will exempt our active duty National Guard and reservists from state income tax upon deployment. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I request the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted. Question before the body now is final passage of HB 283.
Mr. Speaker?
You got it.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 209 has already passed the Senate and our House committee. So I move to substitute HB 283 for SB 209.
All in favor of substituting, please say aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. SB 209 is substituted. Now, the question for the body's adoption of BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 100 yeas, 1 nay. The BIR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage of Senate Bill 209.
Question before the body's final passage of SB 209. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 yeas, no nays. SB 209 passes. Clerk will call the next bill in the special order
On
calendar.
page 4 of the calendar, House Bill number 63 with substitute by Representative Hill relating to criminal procedure.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, sir. Sir. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill, right now, we can split a sentence 20, split 5. This bill allows a judge to split a 30-year sentence to serve up to 20, but a minimum of 10. So the split would be 20, a 30-year sentence, serve a minimum of 10 years. The balance will be on probation. There is a sub, and what the sub does, let me get the BIR. Let's get the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 82 yeas, 14 nays. The BIR is adopted.
All right, Mr. Speaker, the sub,
We have a substitute.
Yes, sir. What the sub is the same bill, except that it is that requires the minimum of 10 years to be served in the penitentiary. That's the sub.
Question for the body's adoption of the sub to SB 63. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 70 yeas, 20 yeas. The substitute is adopted.
Then I would ask for final passage.
Final passage of HB 63. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 60 yeas, 34 nays, HB 63 passes.
Work. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Clerk will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 432 is substituted by Representative Hassel relating to state employees.
Representative Hassel.
This bill proposed to allow state employees to have deductions taken from their salaries for consumer goods or financial instruments, in addition to existing deductions for membership dues, voluntary contribution, or insurance premiums. This bill also aims to remove redundant language and update the existing code languages for clarity and consistency. For that, I ask for the BR.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 95 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
We also have a committee sub.
I'm reading that. Representative Ingram from Montgomery. Speak on the sub.
Mr. Speaker, this is on a friendly amendment. I'll bring it at the appropriate time.
On the
after
sub,
we adopt
okay.
the sub.
Representative Klaus of Dale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hassel, now, could you further explain what these deductions can be used for?
It could be used for an example, if let's say a state employee, if a state employee wanted to deduct it for an item, if they wanted to pay for, let's say, a refrigerator, or if they want to get a new refrigerator, all they're doing is expanding deduction for their salaries to the comp controller to get that deduction from their salary. It's an expanded deduction from their salaries. So it can be done, for instance, for an example, financial instruments, right? If somebody even want to do something simple as a refrigerator, but also if they want to get deducted for paying off a small loan, or which is identified through the comptroller, they'll make sure that's done with. And also other associations they get 200 signatures to get this done. So it's just a payroll expansion deduction for state employees.
In other words, they would deduct it to pay for a refrigerator to go.
If I work for the state, and I want to pay for a refrigerator, let's say it's through a company, I would ask for that money come out of my salary, out of my check. And this bill is allowing them to do that.
And it would go to pay, and they would pay that company that you bought the refrigerator from.
Yes.
This sounds like a lot of paperwork for the personnel department or the comptroller, whoever's.
Yeah. So the comp controller would make the decision if they use, and they have to get 200 signatures through that. If 200 signatures to get it done, but the comp controller will control the yes and make the decision yes or no to get this passed. To get it done. So they'll make the decision on this.
Okay, what about deduction of funds to go to pay like associations?
So,
like now, membership dues.
So now in an amendment, it kind of explained in the substitute. This will replace line 40 on 2 financial instruments offered through membership associations and any deduction. We're saying this amendment allows membership association to offer financial instruments to those members, which they have to get the signatures to get it, like I say, to get that done, 200 signatures. This means associations such as unions or professional organizations provide the members with access to financial products, like I said, such as they can do savings accounts or investment options in those aspects of financial instruments. Now, Representative Ingram is going to bring an amendment he's going to explain his amendment also for political reasons, not so they can have deduction to give to political organizations. Yeah.
So your amendment's going.
Chair recognizes Representative Ingram of Montgomery.
Okay, I'm on and wait to see what Representative Ingram's, how his amendment's going to play. This really is putting a lot of burden on the payroll department to do this, you know. So we're trying to streamline government, and we had big issues back in 2011 dealing with these payroll deductions that we spent a lot of hours in this chamber early into the morning dealing with some of these issues. And so I'll be interested to see what Representative Ingram's amendment does here. He explained to me, and I think it takes care of what some of my concern is. But thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Simpson from Baldwin.
Call Ingram first.
Chair recognizes Representative Ingram of Montgomery first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment.
Whoa. Representative Ingram,
Okay.
is this an amendment to the sub?
It is.
We need to adopt the sub first. Representative Gavan, do you want to talk about this or you want to talk about the sub?
Yeah. Okay.
Sub, okay.
So there's no option.
Now we're on the sub. The question for the body is adoption of the sub. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 75 yeas, 14 nays. The BR is adopted. Question now before the body is on the substitute. Chair recognizes Representative Gavan. No, I'm sorry. All right, Chair now recognizes Representative Gavan of Jefferson.
No, he got to.
All right, Reed, you want to offer your amendment now to the substitute? Okay, we'll do that, then I'll let you come down, Ms. Gavan. All right, Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ingram.
I have an amendment, and we agree that it's a friendly amendment. What it does is replaces, if on line 18, page 1, it replaces it, the substance of restrictions of the section, which would be 17-17-5. What it basically does is no political action groups can be deducted from a employee's paycheck like that.
Yeah, it's a friendly amendment.
Clerk will receive the amendment.
Got it.
Amendment to House Bill 432 by Representative Ingram.
The chair now recognizes Representative Hall to speak on the amendment. All right, well, I'm sorry, Ms. Gavan, you go next, and then we'll go. Sorry. You, Ms. Gavan, I'm sorry.
Help me understand this. Help me
So
understand this.
the bill is a great bill, and I just wanted to clarify what could be deducted on it. I support this bill, but, you know, we don't need to get the employees sideways with political action groups, whether it be a deduction on Republican or Democrat or this action group or that action group. So it just keeps it to where they can buy goods or take a loan with it, and that's all it is. That's what it was
Read
intended
your
for.
amendment for me.
So the amendment, if you got a copy of the bill, so you would replace line 18 on page 1, and it with the section 17-17-5 means it's just no political deductions on that for political reasons.
Now, is page 1 the synopsis of the bill?
Page 1, line 18. I got a copy of the amendment if you'd like to look at it.
Yeah, let me. Okay, I want to make sure you're not reading from the synopsis. Okay, page 1. Okay. The comptroller shall adopt. Okay, I got it. Let me see. Okay, but it says the comptroller shall adopt statewide what?
It's that act that's in there. You got the amendment right there.
Statewide policies which provide for deductions from the salaries. Oh, okay, the subsection. Will you refresh my recollection as it relates to this subsection?
The subsection, I don't know what it relates to, but that's a sub, and basically what it says is basically no political action group.
17-5. Okay,
That's it.
because I just got called out for joking with Ed Henry. Not called out, but somebody messaged him, and he messaged me, and I want to make sure I say the right thing, but we have always kidded with each other like that. Always have been and shall be, and we kid with each other. So I don't want anybody, I don't want to say anything wrong, but I will say get your facts straight first. 17-17-5 relates to our current policy on payroll deductions.
Representative Simpson had it pulled up a minute ago. I'm sure he wouldn't mind sharing.
Oh, Simpson, can you?
If you can remember them all, you're better than me.
I can't, but I can remember a lot of them. And most of the time, if I'm bringing an amendment, I will at least be knowledgeable of that subsection or that section.
This just keeps the politics out of it.
Okay, so basically no teacher, no state employee can use the payroll deduction to fund any type of political organization.
Exactly.
And so that's the wording you're including in here.
That's right.
So to fall in line with what is already state law.
On that section, that's it.
Okay, Simpson. Oh, I got Simpson phone. Mr. Speaker, this my time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is my time. Now, come on. I got your phone. I told him, I said, I got your phone. I just realized I was holding on to all this right here. But now you can tell these Republicans stick together. You see how fast the speaker done broke to come over to me? Ooh, woo. Okay, okay, I get it now. Okay. This is a good amendment. I think it brings the clarity. It's already the policy, so okay. I just wanted to I'm not sure what Representative Klaus was talking about the overload of the state employees or too much work for them. I'm confused on that. And I hope that he can enlighten me of something as it relates to that particular issue that he raised. Because what is, and I guess I just want to know what the bill is doing anyway. Again, I'm a little bit short on my homework assignment in understanding these bills, but I understand it now. Thank you, Reed.
Yes, ma'am.
The chair recognizes Representative Lee of Houston County. Representative Lee.
On the amendment?
I want to speak on the bill.
Okay. Chair recognizes Representative Boyd of Calhoun to speak on. You want to speak on the amendment? Representative Boyd of Calhoun.
I know it. It's on the amendment. She wanted to speak on the amendment. Hey, Dr. Boyd.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for recognition. I'm really perplexed. You're my chairman, but I've been around a little while.
Yes, ma'am.
How many political organizations in the state that you know that this affects? And I'm gonna bring it on down to what you're really doing. Go on.
Yeah, and I think it's a great bill, what he did, and I support it. I wanted to co-sponsor it before he dropped it. But our employees need to have another tool in their toolbox in case they needed to go to a dentist and pay for something or whatever, a refrigerator, emergencies. But we don't want it to get out of hand in the long run and be, used against one party or the other, or a political group or somebody to help the political world. So this is just for what is needed by the state employees.
I'm going to make this short, simple, and sweet.
Yes, ma'am.
This is aimed for one organization like me, for not for it, and that's AEA. And God bless you. You don't even have to come in.
Yes, ma'am.
Question for the body's adoption of the amendment by Ingram. The clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 88 yeas, 7 nays. The amendment is adopted.
Now, I want to be sure to say this. The State Employee Association support this legislation. The comptroller also, with the amendment, had no issue with this piece of legislation. I just want to make sure that's clear, but also ask for the final passage as substitute and amended.
Let me, the chair recognizes Representative Lee on the bill as substituted and amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, this is before taxes. Before or after? Before taxes?
This is before taxes.
Is there a limit?
Is it amended?
Is there a limit of how much someone can do?
No, it's not a limit.
Most places of business have a limit of how much you can do and what it's for. Now, I heard you say some of the limits. I don't know what all the limits are. But if it's unlimited, can I say, okay, I want to make my house payment before taxes?
All right, so let me give an example. Because in here it was talking about also, I want to explain something about consumer goods. So for instance, if I go to my credit union, right, and say, look, I need a refrigerator, I need a small loan, and I get a refrigerator for $500 or let's say $1,000. With this legislation, it'll allow me to get payroll deducted to pay that small loan back. It's just expanded for employees to pay that small loan back. Now, the limit, I don't think if I wouldn't put my house payment out of payroll deduction, as a state employee, as a state worker, because that's a large sum of your salary, but you're going to pay it through your salary, don't get me wrong. But I do believe for this, it's done for, that's why they put in consumer goods and financial instruments for those smaller loans for state employees to get those small deductions paid through their salary.
And I get that. I just think there should be some sort of limit of how much someone could use. I mean, whether it's $1,000 a year. I mean, I can see where someone could get very creative and cost the state.
But let me say this now, in the state
and if I understand it correctly.
Now, the state comptroller has sole discretion too now of what deductions are withheld.
Well, that sole discretion of that person may have something they want to get too. So, I mean, that's the problem.
The state comptroller. I'm saying the person that's controlling.
Well, I know, but and I don't know, have no idea who the state comptroller is, but that person may have a car they want to buy, and they're able to put $30,000 on it. But my point is I'm fine with the bill. I just think there needs to be a limit of how much you can do per year.
I understand.
I mean, an open, unlimited is dangerous of anything. I have no problem with it. I think it's good, but I think there should be a limit. What would you suggest? What's a reasonable amount? I mean, $1,000 a year?
We could say, well, let's say if you get 2 appliances, $1,500, $2,000 a year.
If that's better than no limit. If you'll give me a minute, I'll see if I can get an amendment to do a limit on this, because I'm a little concerned on it being wide open.
Okay.
And I'll talk to our budget chairs, because it could impact them quite a bit if the wrong thing came up. And they were able to say, yeah, we agree with it. And then if they agree with one, guess what? We've got 3,000, 4,000, 10,000 state employees that could do it. And you just can keep compounding that. It could become a high dollar number of payroll taxes.
Now, let me be clear on this too now.
Okay.
The state,
If I'm wrong,
it has
I need
no
clarity
liability
on
to the
it.
state. It has no liability to the state, but it can only add, the 200 state employees have to have signatures for this has to happen. And also, okay, and he just informed me it's after taxes.
It is.
Yeah.
We're sure it's after taxes.
Yeah. It have to. That's right. Well, not.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be.
It don't have to be, but with.
Let's look at it. I think we're about to break. Let's look at it and make sure it's before or after taxes, because if it's before taxes, we need to put a limit on it. If it's after taxes, I don't care.
Okay. I think it's after taxes, but we'll make sure.
Okay.
The chair recognizes Representative Reynolds.
Mr. Pro Tem, I make a motion that we recess till 7 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. We are in recess until 7.